Start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. And good morning to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Yes, I am.
Wonderful, thank you. I will start with our usual introductions. Good morning. It is June 15th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides for our witnesses. If you're a witness, you may ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide during your presentation, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits. We will take breaks today as usual. We will likely take a full hour for lunch. I have another call that I need to take, but we'll see how that plays out. I know we have a lot to try to accomplish today. And then, of course, we'll have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. I don't have any particular procedural issues to raise. I know we have an evolving schedule, but I think we have this most recent proposal from the 10th as to how we are proceeding. I think we have a pretty good idea, as far as I know, of where we're going. For today, just to clarify, I have, let's see, I have Dr. Ivy, Mr. Worth, Mr. Cosio, and then possibly Mr. Burke, if we have time or as time allows. That is on my list for today. So I will look to the room for anything on, whether it's on schedule or other procedural matters that we need to address before we get started this morning. And to the hearing team, if we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. OSHA Reserve for ECOS and Friends of Stone Lakes this morning, and your understanding of the schedule is the same as mine.
Great, super, thank you. And thank you for making it so clear to all the whole team on the protestant, well, on all sides. With that, are there any other procedural issues? Let's see, can we please elevate Ms. Moskal? And Ms. Carroll as well. Good morning, Ms. Moskal. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just wanted to make one note that the schedule we sent last week is still correct, but I wanted to make sure that DWR's council noticed that we have now scheduled Dr. Marty to go on the 18th, if time allows, at the end of the day. OSHA, or Ms. Meserve, passed on for us on Friday that Dr. Marty was not going to be available, but we checked in with her and her schedule changed.
Great, thank you for that update. And good morning, Ms. Carroll. You are welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for DWR. Thank you, Ms. Moskal. Yes, we did notice that and appreciate the helping us out with that request. The other thing I wanted to mention was we did receive a motion for reconsideration from Ms. Meserve. Our understanding was that you were not entertaining those motions. Also, we noted that there were no citations for that motion. So just wanted to flag that to see where that was going and whether we needed to respond.
Thank you. I will take a look at it and I will let you know if I think a response is warranted. I saw it come in and I haven't had a chance to fully digest it. So I will give it the attention it deserves, and then I will certainly let you know if a response would be appropriate. Thank you. With that, I think, are there any other procedural issues? And then also while you're thinking about that, we can elevate others who may want to be in the room. Ms. Tabor, you're welcome to, can we please elevate Ms. Tabor? You can't come on camera unless we bring you up here. Good morning, Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I'm just going to be watching and possibly participating because Ms. Meserve and I have some joint witnesses today.
Thank you. Good morning. And then I will look to elevate Ms. Morris. And then, I don't know, Mr. Krieger, if you would like to be elevated or not, you're welcome to. Just raise your hand if you would like to come up to the participant level. Good morning, Ms. Morris. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Morris, for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Good morning. And it looks like with that, if there's anyone else who would like to be elevated, of course, raise your hand and we will need to turn to our witnesses. I understand we'll be starting with Dr. Ivy. If that understanding, it looks like I see a nod. Yes, that's correct. So if we can please elevate Dr. Ivy. And you're presenting them
And Mr. Word, yeah.
Individually?
We're going to present them as a panel, actually. So
As a panel. So should I bring them all? I go ahead and bring everyone up? We'll do that.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and elevate Dr. Ivy and our other witnesses, Mr. Worth and Mr. Cosio.
And then, but I'm sorry, Mr. Cosio actually is going to go separate.
Okay, so it's Dr. Ivy and Mr. Worth together. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll start with those two. And
Mr. Cosio doesn't have anything directly on wildlife.
Got it. That makes more sense. Good morning, Dr. Ivy. Let's just check your audio here. And you will need to come off mute. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. Excellent. And Dr. Ivy, it's as I recall, you previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Worth, you are welcome to come on camera. And it looks, there we go. Good morning. And Mr. Worth, it's my understanding that you have not previously testified in this proceeding. Is that right?
That is not correct. I took the oath last time.
Ah, you did. Okay. We did not have that noted.
I was on a panel with Dr. Ivy.
Excellent. Thank you. And you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Then welcome back. And with that, I will turn things over to Ms. Meserve.
Great. Good morning, Dr. Ivy and Mr. Word. We'll start out with Dr. Ivy this morning. So Dr. Ivy, just to refresh us, what's your current position that you work on?
I work part-time as a research associate with the International Crane Foundation, and I'm their manager for the Pacific Flyway Sandhill Crane program.
And is your experience reflected in FSL 22, which is your resume?
Yes.
And then is FSL 47 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then is FSL 48 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
It is.
And then FSL 49 and 50, the additional references that you cited in your testimony for rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could bring up FSL 48, then Dr. Ivy could go ahead and summarize his testimony.
Okay, so I'll go through summarize my testimony in this PowerPoint. Let's go to the next slide. I'm responding to Ms. Gardner's testimony regarding the DCP and its projected impacts on greater sandhill cranes, which is a fully protected species and also a state threatened species. DDVR's conclusion that its mitigation approach avoids significant impacts and take, in my opinion, is not correct. And I'll explain this in my rebuttal. Next slide. One big flaw in their habitat model and a lot of their habitat loss estimates is that they used a 3-mile radius around roost sites, and citing my recommendations in some of my papers. They assumed an average flight distance of 1.2 miles and used this 3 miles from the roost sites as their big model assessment. And it's true that most greater sandhill cranes, the majority of them, don't fly further than 3 miles, but a percentage of them in my study do. They went as far as 5.6 miles, and they used, I think, 6 miles for lesser sandhill cranes, and they fly as far as 13 miles. So they basically excluded habitats that are used by both subspecies beyond this 3 and 6 mile zone. And so for graders, their model captures less than 90% of the total habitat used by graders and less than 64% of the habitat used by lessers. That undermines their conclusions and also undermines their ability to avoid take as required for this fully protected species. Next slide. Ms. Gardner states that their model is as inclusive as possible and cites declines of crops that support crane foraging activity in the Delta. Those conclusions and her reliance on the papers do not support this conclusion that the models capture habitat adequately. Graders that winter in the Delta face stress from habitat decline, including crop changes. The FEIR did not look at cumulative impact of the Delta ton and other stressors. And one of my papers that's cited in my testimony that we recently published last year shows a 13% decline in compatible foraging habitat for sandhill cranes in the Delta from 2008 to 2023, a 15-year period. So about 1.5% loss of habitat per year. Cranes are impacted by not just loss of foraging habitat, but other developments beyond the tunnel project. There's pressure from the cities of Galt and Elk Grove that has moved into their wintering landscape in their developments. And also, there are smaller projects. There's solar farms going into this ag landscape as well. Next slide. My point there was that it's death by 1,000 cuts, basically. That it's lots of impacts on cranes, and the FEIR didn't really acknowledge their project in light of all that. Her testimony also talks about the wintering period and describes it from September 15th through March 15th, and states that pile driving, which is a disturbance factor, would occur for up to 5 days between June 15th and October 31st, which has the potential to overlap the crane use time with 1.5 months. However, they failed to acknowledge that some cranes arrive in late August in recent years, and that increases the potential construction overlap to 2 months or so. Mitigation measure bio 33 inconsistently refers to both the September 1st and the September 15th start date for the crane wintering season. So my point here is it's not fully protected in this time range that they're looking at. There's still potential impacts to those earlier arriving cranes. Next slide. The Delta is this is from our paper on crane habitat loss, but the Delta is one of the most important sandhill crane wintering areas in California. These are the 4 major wintering sites. The Sacramento Valley from basically Marysville to Chico in the rice country up there, the Sacramento Delta, which basically expands from Highway 4 up to Elk Grove. And the northern San Joaquin Valley, which includes the grasslands and Sacramento River or San Joaquin River Refuge. And then that southern San Joaquin Valley site is mostly centered around Pixley National Wildlife Refuge. But for graders, about 30% of them winter in the Delta and about 70% winter in the Sacramento Valley. Very few graders use the San Joaquin Valley sites. So it's a significant area. Any further habitat loss in the Delta could impact the species survival. There's a wildlife concept called carrying capacity, and that refers to how much habitat that can hold a certain population of the species. If you keep losing habitat, the carrying capacity declines, and eventually the population declines to fit that level. Another concern is if the crane population in the Delta keeps declining, that it would degrade the quality of the visitors' experience at the Lodi Crane Festival, and generally birding and photographers that love to come there to that area to watch the cranes in the winter. The 10-year construction window would thus jeopardize the species and degrade sandhill crane habitat further. Next slide. There's several statements in her testimony that the time restrictions on construction will only be implemented if feasible at the discretion of the contractor. She concedes that construction could occur during the wintering period that they describe as September 15th to March 15th. And this tentative and discretionary commitment creates a risk of construction causing flushing of power lines, strike mortalities. I don't understand why they would let a contractor decide whether or not they're going to impact the sandhill cranes. It doesn't make sense to me. Next slide. So these are some of the statements that, as determined by the contractor in these three examples, to the extent feasible as determined by the contractor. That doesn't give me much confidence that these measures will be actually implemented and could lead to impacts to cranes and potential mortalities. Next slide. In this statement, she states that construction within habitat that is known to be occupied based on pre-construction surveys and cannot be completed prior to the wintering season will be started at 14 days before September 15th or 14 days after March 15th, such that no new sources of noise or other disturbance that could affect sandhill cranes will be introduced after the cranes arrive on their wintering grounds. This is, I think, flawed logic. Just because the disturbance noise is there before the cranes get there doesn't mean it's not going to impact them when they do arrive. The noise will be there, and potential flushing and potential mortalities could be caused by that noise. Thank you. Next slide. One of the strategies they're talking about to avoid mortality for the cranes is co-locating some of their lines with existing lines. With the thought that that would make them more visible to cranes and therefore they're less likely to strike them. However, the more lines, in my opinion, the more lines that you have elevated in their flight zone, the more risk there is. Their concept there has not been studied, and there's no evidence that that's the fact, that having more lines make them more visible and lead to less impacts. Next slide. Cranes, fly in flocks. They're large birds. They're very, because of their size, they're very hard to make quick turns and not very maneuverable in the air. And when you're in a large flock, the birds towards the back of the flock, vision is obscured by the birds in the front of the flock. And I personally witnessed, I've seen two cranes strike power lines. One outright died, and the other one bounced off a line. Both times they were the last bird in the flock during bright daylight. The last one was in November 2024. I was at Staten Island on a tour, and watched a greater sandhill crane strike a line and was electrocuted and died instantly. But it was in the back of the flock, and I'm sure it couldn't see the line because of the birds flying in front of it. So I believe that co-located lines will not decrease the risk strike on power lines. Next slide. They also, because they use this 3-mile forage sites, they didn't consider lines that were beyond that 3-mile zones in their analyses. And there could be impacts, flushing particularly, impacts to cranes from project activities that could lead to power line strikes in those further out areas that cranes reach when they're foraging. Any new project line in the crane wearing area provides a collision mortality risk to fully protected sandhill cranes. So the risk to a power line collision due to foraging beyond the 3-mile distance from roost sites is not zero, and that's unacceptable for a fully protected species. There would be take, I believe. Next. Her testimony talks about marking the lines, co-located lines we've marked with flight diverters unless they were already marked. To my knowledge, none of the lines in the Delta are marked with more modern flight diverters, which use infrared ultraviolet light technology. But even the studies of the ultralight diverters, most cranes strike power lines at night because they get flushed at night, mostly probably by predators, sometimes by human disturbance. But most losses occur at night, and that's why ultraviolet diverters are better. But those studies showed that they resulted in 98 and 88% reductions in collision rates, not 100%. So those ultraviolet light marked lines still kill birds. So the marking doesn't completely fix the issue of take. And especially in the Delta, we've got a lot of fog, poor visibility during conditions caused by fog and rain. So they can't guarantee that flight diverter mitigation will be fully protective of cranes. She points to the fact that applicable mitigation measures require diverters to be visible in all conditions. That's fine, but again, cranes, whether they're visible or not, they still hit marked lines. Next slide. Only some line segments for co-located lines would be marked. On foggy days, the remaining lines create a risk of collision. She states that DW are willing to work with utilities to underground existing lines where possible, but that's not a firm commitment, and there's no guarantee that other utilities are going to be willing to do that. Next slide. Mitigation measure Bio2C only requires bird diverters for co-located lines when existing lines do not have bird diverters. As I said before, the existing lines that do have bird diverters don't have the very effective ones. So they're likely to be more of a risk to cranes. They should install bird diverters on all power lines within their construction area, even the lines that aren't their lines, because construction activities such as flushing that cause flushing could result in mortalities. Undergrounding lines would be the best option because there's no chance for birds to strike an underground line. But at the minimum, all lines should be marked with near ultraviolet markers to reduce take, but it wouldn't totally eliminate take. Next slide. They focus their discussion on construction noise and disturbance on roosting cranes, but they don't address flushing cranes during daytime, which could cause cranes to not only use more energy and cause some issues with their long-term energetics and survival, but also could lead to some power line collisions. Construction traffic, when you add noise to fast-moving vehicles, the cranes are more likely to flush. And flushing will result in power line collisions at some point. DWR has no mechanism to avoid these impacts in their plans. Next slide. in their compensatory mitigation section, she states that for temporary roost sites, the patch size of foraging habitat will be at least 160 acres and will be located within 2 miles of created DCP roost sites. Depending on where they place these roost sites and where those impacts are, this fails to account for the fidelity of greater sandhill cranes. They're super loyal to their wintering sites. They used maybe 2 or 3 different roost sites within about a 2-mile square area and pretty much stay in those sites all winter. So if you're going to put roost sites on Bolden Island, which they mentioned, it's not going to do anything for the cranes up in the Cosumnes or the Stone Lakes region that are impacted, because those birds aren't going to shift down to the central delta. The measure fails to account for that fidelity of cranes, and they need to ideally rethink where they're going to put mitigation close to the impact so the birds that are being impacted will benefit. Next slide. She mentions the permanent impacts to roost sites on up to 3.65 acres and impacts up to 1,350 acres of greater sandhill crane foraging habitat. There was an error in the plan where they actually used the lesser sandhill crane number instead of the greater. The greater was 1,339.78 acres. But they failed to estimate and mitigate foraging habitat by focusing on the 3-mile zone again from roost sites. Next slide. DWR and Ms. Garner rely on time of day work restrictions to avoid flushing impacts for new roads, as discussed above. This is not effective because they're assuming that cranes don't get flushed during daylight, which they do by disturbance and noise from vehicles. She also claims that wildlife such as cranes may be acclimated to noise on existing farm road noise. Well, it's true that they learn to tolerate disturbance from farm tractors and machinery that they see regularly. They'll learn to tolerate that, but that's not a bunch of bulldozers or big haul trucks and things like that. That's a different issue and likely to disturb cranes on these haul roads. Next slide. The location of the Twin Cities complex and conservation opportunities. She claims in her rebuttal testimony that there are other options or other habitat restoration or conservation opportunities available that are equivalent to the value of habitat affected in the Twin Cities complex. I consulted with the Freshwater Trust. I had a contract. They helped develop the eco plan for the Sac Sewer folks, and I wrote up the guidelines of where priority areas and management and best management practices for cranes that they're implementing in their harvest water plan. And this Twin Cities complex is one of the key areas. It's within one of the key areas that I recommended because of its importance to greater sandhill cranes and its proximity to Stone Lakes and Cosumnes River Preserve roost sites. And that is north of the Cosumnes River, where there's lots of row crops and particularly dairy crops, which are particularly good for cranes. A lot of the other habitat within the water delivery area is just pasture land and not as great. So this was a priority area that they're moving the Twin Cities complex into. It's good because it's way above sea level. So a lot of the delta important sites are at risk of loss because of sea level rise. And also, as my understanding is, they've already put a lot of the infrastructure for the water delivery into that area and already invested into that Twin Cities area for the harvest water program. Next slide. She mentions a sandhill crane conservation strategy, which I have been the lead author on and to help coordinate that with a team of crane and other wildlife biologists. We call that our Sandhill Crane Technical Advisory Committee, the TAC. Ms. Gardner actually has served on the TAC, but when we first got going, she helped outline the strategy that we put together. And then she left in about 2016. She wasn't involved because of other issues, but so she hasn't been involved since 2016. And we've made a lot of progress. We pretty much have a near final draft of our crane conservation strategy ready, but DWR has not been involved in it. Neither has ICF International, who's the main contractor for this conservation strategy work for the FEIR. And they've never made any commitments to do anything for the TAC. So this talk about working with the TAC isn't guaranteed that anything will happen there. And some of the DCP plans or conflicts with our conservation strategies in the plan, particularly where we lose more foraging habitat. Next slide. So my conclusion, based on my research and experience with sandhill cranes, and I've been actually started studying cranes in 1979, I conclude that DWR fails to ensure that project impacts to greater sandhill cranes would be at a less than significant level. These activities could lead to disturbance to sandhill cranes and could lead to a higher risk of power line collisions, which are mortalities usually, or other harms that result in take of fully protected greater sandhill cranes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivy. And then I understand, Ms. Meserve, we will turn to Mr. Worth.
Yes, please.
Thank you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ivy. Good morning, Mr. Work.
Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Let's see. And in terms of your background, you have your resume is in ECOS 2, correct?
Correct.
And I guess just briefly, could you describe your current experience with ecological work?
I'm the conservation chair for the Motherlode chapter of the Sierra Club. So I have responsibility for 24 Northern California counties addressing their environmental issues. I focus mostly on conservation. I'm the conservation chair for Save Our Sandhill Cranes. I was the co-chair for the Habitat Committee for the Environmental Council of Sacramento for 14 years. I regularly attend a conservation working group for the Delta and was a stakeholder in the process that this round of the tunnel undertook to address issues that weren't addressed with the Twin Tunnel Project. And I was there as a terrestrial species expert.
Thank you. And is ECOS 50 a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And then is ECOS 52 the new reference that you added for your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And then your PowerPoint is ECOS 51, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Mullen, could we go ahead and bring up ECOS 51 so that Mr. Worth can summarize his testimony?
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. My rebuttal undertook two efforts. The first was to address criticism of Dr. Smallwood's testimony. He was on the panel last time with Dr. Ivy and myself addressing terrestrial species impacts. And the second effort was to further address the ongoing issue with the treatment of greater sandhill cranes. Next slide, please, Ms. Mullen. Species absence on a landscape is very difficult to determine, whereas presence is more easily verified by a sighting or other tangible evidence in the field like scat, footprints, burrows, nests, etc. As a result, whereas presence is far more easily verified, absence is far trickier and requires extensive field surveys or the inputs of species experts who have that experience to rely upon. As a result, Dr. Small was contending that without the input of such experts or the extensive field surveys, that all potential species should be assumed to occur in the project area. A potential species would be a species that has a historical record of occurring within the project footprint or its vicinity. Next slide, please. So assuming that all potential species that cannot be determined to be absent occur in the footprint of the plan, similarly requires the assumption that those species occur throughout the entirety of the plan unless there is extensive field survey evidence determining that they are absent from particular areas or habitats. This more scientifically rigorous approach contrasts DWR's approach of looking at occurrence data and then considering the amount of modeled habitat for those species that they felt were likely to occur based on the occurrence data and the availability of modeled habitat. Only protocol surveys can determine if a species is actually absent, not putative relationships. That's a relationship between the species and its modeled habitat. Without this evidence, Smallwood contends that all habitats should be considered potentially occupied, not just suitable habitats, and therefore the amount of commensurate mitigation would be greater than if only modeled habitat were considered. Next slide, please. DWR also attempted to rebut Smallwood's assertion about the importance of the Twin Cities complex for wildlife connectivity, additionally claiming that there are multiple pathways for wildlife they did not identify, like the Dearson Road overpass or the Lambert Road undercrossing, and that the most likely wildlife corridors are the riparian corridors of the Cosumnes and the Sacramento rivers. So Highway 5 creates a significant barrier to wildlife as it bisects the delta. The Cosumnes River provides some excellent connectivity, but for many species, only when it is not at high water. The reality is that given how few options there are over Highway 5, that all of them need to be considered important, and any increased traffic, any increased construction should be considered problematic to the viability of these connectivity options. Next slide, please. As for the importance of the Twin Cities complex to connectivity, that facility will be located at the bottom left of the blue zone within the green zone of this map that depicts the relationship of the harvest water delivery area within the larger eco plan area. The blue area offers potentially greater conservation opportunities because water can be supplied as part of those conservation activities. The wildlife corridor line that Smallwood had drawn through the Twin Cities complex footprint should be seen as approximate, but it should also understood that the construction of the complex would ostensibly reduce the available width of the core preserve areas, that was the area that he drew the line through, that the connectivity line was drawn through, by 15 to 20% with a loss of land because of the complex. Beyond disrupting this corridor, it would constrain harvest water's ability to further improve connectivity in this area. Dr. Ivey spoke to that as pertains to sandhill cranes, but it's not the only species. Next slide, please. On top of the construction and usage of the Twin Cities complex, Lambert Road and Dearson Road are slated for widening and usage for this project. When Ms. Gardner was asked if she thought this might disrupt wildlife use of these corridors, she replied that she could not necessarily come to that conclusion, but that adaptive management and baseline studies and measures resulting from those to improve connectivity and minimize collisions, along with further monitoring to determine if the measures are working, would indicate if even further measures are needed. Baseline studies have not been done. There are very few options to get over Highway 5. Increased traffic on 2 of those roads from improvements would increase wildlife collision and reduce connectivity. Next slide, please. DWR failed to quantify impacts to greater sandhill cranes from existing power lines. And Gary covered this as well because it limited analysis to a 3-mile diameter from roof sites, despite the fact that the 2015 paper that they cited clearly showed that foraging occurred at greater distances at least 10% of the time. Next slide, please. DWR claims that their seasonal and time of day restrictions, along with alternate foraging habitat, will keep greater sandhill crane from hitting power lines. But key factors like the actual timing of crane presence, flushing by other wildlife for disturbance, coupled with the fact that greater sandhill cranes routinely forage more than 3 miles from their roost site, will in fact result in crane mortality on power lines. Next slide, please. Cranes will overlap with construction timing, even if the seasonal and temporal constraints are implemented. And remember, they will only be implemented if feasible. For the seasonal constraint, the pile driving for Hood-Franklin Bridge and for the cofferdam installation of the intakes would occur between June and mid-October, which is an overlap of at least a month and a half of the crane season, and potentially considerably more since they arrive earlier than September. Next slide, please. The time of day constraints pertain far more to roosting cranes than they do to foraging cranes. Years of observing and photographing cranes in the Delta have shown me that cranes can leave well before 1 hour after sunrise, meaning they could show up in a 50 decibel contour line or along a quiet haul road, only to be flush when construction commences. Cranes can also leave roost sites late, meaning that even roosting cranes can be impacted. All of the photos for this PowerPoint, all these cranes dancing and doing beautiful poses, were taken at about 8 a.m., an hour after that time restriction. And I will note they were not the only cranes at that roost site. I often wait for what I call the lazy cranes, because they're the ones that get up late and seem more prone to dancing, and there's more light and can make a nice picture. So it's clear that the time restrictions are not going to work for all the cranes. Next slide, please. Cranes at the roost site or out foraging can be flushed by disturbances like coyotes or traffic, and then land along a haul road or within the 50 decibel sound contour during a quiet period of construction, only to be flushed again when construction commences or a truck lumbers down a road. And once initially disturbed, additional flushing would be more likely due to elevated stress. Given this, it would not necessarily be just the sound that caused them to flush. Seeing the vehicle approaching could be sufficient. The impact of this type of visual cue was not appropriately considered. There was consideration given to lights at night and those types of visual cues, but not to this one. Next slide, please. When asked to how cranes might respond to sound disturbance inside that 50 decibel work contour area, Rachel Gardner conceded, "We do not know exactly how they will respond." Next slide, please. Okay, but flushing is a foreseeable reaction. The third avoidance measure that is supposed to keep the foraging cranes safe is the seasonal time of day. If the seasonal time of day constraints don't work, is reliance on enhanced foraging opportunities. This idea was originally presented by me during a Bay Delta Conservation Plan terrestrial stakeholder meeting many years ago as a way to entice cranes not to abandon alternate roost sites in the Stone Lakes Refuge. It was envisioned as the way to keep cranes from abandoning arguably the most constrained crane habitat in our region as a result of the construction impacts there. DWR is now employing this idea for an unintended purpose, and even with alternate roosting and or enhanced foraging, interactions with other wildlife like coyotes or with vehicles I already talked about will cause flushing and the resultant potential problem already explicated. The idea behind those roost sites, which I originally presented as a supercharged feeding, was to keep those cranes near the new roost sites. So you get new forage, very high potential for calories there. It would keep them using this new roost site, not abandoning the area altogether. It was never designed for this purpose. Slide 13, please. Or next slide, sorry. The Delta is a foggy place, making transmission line strikes more likely. In this picture, you can actually make out the cranes. I do not take photos when all that can be seen is fog, with the cranes only detectable by their calls. Many days, I get no pictures at all and see no cranes. This year was a particularly bad one. So the issue with visibility and fog cannot be overstated. Next slide, please. The fogginess of the Delta cannot be overemphasized when considering cranes hitting transmission lines, and I have an extremely hard time accepting that any flight diverter would work on some of our foggiest days. Can't see anything. I mean, literally nothing. I do not see how a light on a line is going to help cranes when you can't even see a headlight in a car. Next slide, please. Moving back to some more of the criticism of Dr. Ivy's testimony, DWR challenged the applicability of Smallwood's examples of mortality studies on transmission lines at solar sites. It's important to remember the two slides that preceded this one. The Delta's fog would likely create equal or greater risk than mortality documented in Smallwood sources that examine solar sites, and cranes are particularly vulnerable to power lines. Next slide, please. For wildlife mortality on roads, Smallwood's testimony demonstrated potential for high rates of mortality. Applicability was challenged here again. Keeping in mind the challenging conditions in the Delta, like extreme fog, his testimony should be seen as a warning. DWR's approach is to do future studies and use adaptive management for implementing measures. Smallwood at least had some studies to reference. DWR's future studies do not help us as we sit here trying to understand the magnitude of this impact. In the absence of any of their own studies, DWR should admit the potential for high rates of mortality and indicate what appropriate mitigations they will be providing. And for their studies, they should be done consistently and following the best protocols, like walking rather than driving, testing observer effectiveness, and accounting for the scavenger removal of carcasses. Next slide, please. As Gary indicated earlier, the Twin Cities complex would indeed foreclose on important potential conservation work that could be done there. Is within 2 miles of established roof sites for cranes and within the water delivery of the Harvest Water Project, which means they could deliver water there and create new roof sites. As well, the amount of land that we remove in the complex adds up to 2.4% of the totality of the ecoplan area and 5.7% of the water delivery area. This was brought up to indicate it wasn't a big impact, but it's important to look at those percentages in the context of the vast amount of habitat already lost to valley species historically. We're talking about an incredibly constrained habitat, and losing important opportunities like this will have much larger impacts than what these small percentages might indicate. Next slide, please. DWR and Ms. Garner conceded that power lines along Franklin Road could be a problem for cranes. This is in reference to using that Twin Cities complex area as a conservation area, a roof site with foraging around it. And I was surprised to see that, because wouldn't that also mean that they are a problem for cranes flushed by construction activities in the area if they built the site in the first place? I mean, you can't have one and not the other. Next slide, please. And this is something that Dr. Ivy brought up as well. Construction mitigation that is qualified by if feasible language makes it potentially meaningless and ineffectual. The qualified nature of work timing restrictions puts implementation at the discretion of the contractors. This makes the mitigation essentially meaningless because it can be discarded for reasons of convenience. And the problem with the backup plan B, the enhanced foraging opportunities, has already been discussed, and it's not going to be effective. Next slide, please. And I will conclude with yet another reminder with how foggy the Delta is and what a difficult landscape that is to do construction in and not have significant impacts on species that are flying, as well as species on the ground when it comes to vehicle traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. I will look to, I believe it's time for questions, so I'm not sure Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll. Ms. Morris, it looks like you are up. Do you have questions for these two witnesses?
I do. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Ivy, and good morning, Mr. Worth. Mr. Worth, is your relevant experience listed in SCOS 002 or ECOS 002?
I believe so. It was included in the materials for the testimony.
In your original testimony earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall when I asked you about your qualifications that were listed in ECOS 2 the last time you testified in this proceeding?
Yes.
Has anything changed?
One thing has changed. I'm no longer the co-chair for Habitat 2020. I still participate, but I'm no longer the co-chair. Cliff Feldheim is.
And have you, has there been any additions to support your expertise since we discussed it at that time?
I've been doing more work with a consortium of conservation entities working in the Delta. So I attend their meetings monthly, and we collaborate on threats as well as conservation opportunities.
And in ECOS 2, you don't have any published, any publications or any peer-reviewed publications.
I do
Is
not.
that still accurate?
That is accurate. I'm not an academic.
Is it fair for me to rely on the qualifications and your responses to my questions as a basis for your expertise in this rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
So I'm not going to ask you all of that again. I just want to ensure that we've covered everything in terms of your expertise as it is listed in ECOS 2 and the questions that I previously asked you in your responses. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up, or I'll just ask you this really quick question. Mr. Worth, why are you rebutting testimony that was in rebuttal to Mr. Smallwood?
So welcome to the world of nonprofits. We don't have a lot of money. I reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Ms. Gardner and took exception to some of the things that she said. And I formulated responses to it and provided those responses to Dr. Smallwood and said if he agreed. He said that he did. I wanted to set the record straight. So it's because of me and because of nonprofits not having a lot of money. We don't have to pay Dr. Smallwood if I do it.
Okay, and I would just move to strike that Dr. Smallwood agreed. That's hearsay. That is beyond the scope of my question. And without Dr. Smallwood appearing to rebut his own testimony, I'm not able to ask him questions. So I do not think that that is an appropriate response.
Well, okay. I'm not going to strike it. I mean, it's hearsay. So I agree with that.
If we could please pull up Ms. Mullen, ECOS 50. I have just a couple of preliminary questions and then I'll try to go more in order. And this is your rebuttal testimony, if we could look at page 15 and starting on line 19 through 25. You cite some numbers here, 2.4% of the entire eco plan and 5.7 of the water delivery area. There's no citations that I see. Is that accurate?
I took the size of the Twin Cities complex and divided it by the eco plan area footprint and the water delivery footprint. So simple math.
And what did you use for the size of the Twin Cities complex?
I used the size that I was able to find, I believe, in the FEIR.
Which was?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't have those notes in front of me.
Well, it seems pretty relevant to understand how you got those calculations, and since they're not provided anywhere.
It was roughly 1,000 acres.
You used roughly 1,000 acres for the Twin Cities complex?
I think so, 900 and something acres, I believe.
And do you know if those were the temporary construction or the permanent footprint of the Twin Cities complex?
As I recall, it was the complex itself and the muck piles.
Do you know if that's the permanent or the temporary construction footprint?
As I understand it, we don't know if the muck piles are going to be left there or removed.
So as you sit here today, you can't tell me if the roughly 1,000 acres that you used to calculate these numbers is the temporary or permanent?
A temporary
It's
impact
an
is,
argumentative.
and a temporary impact is considered something less than a year. So the muck piles are going to be there for significantly more than a year, given the time frame of the project. So in terms of an FEIR, it would be a permanent impact.
Okay. What numbers did you use for the eco plan area and then well, let's start with that. What acreage did you use for the eco plan area to do this calculation?
It was the acreage that Rachel Gardner provided in her testimony, or rebuttal testimony. It might have been a rebuttal testimony.
And would that be the same answer for the water delivery area?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to page 2 of this testimony. Goes 50. And just directing your attention to lines 20 to 23, you state Dr. Smallwood demonstrates that the habitat models developed for the FEIR are based on ratings in the CDFW California Wildlife Habitat Relationship System. And as a result, the habitat maps in the FEIR depict habitat at an unrealistically fine spatial grain, especially for birds. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was taken from her testimony.
And can you tell me which habitat models and for which species in the FEIR were developed based on ratings in the California Wildlife Habitat Relationship System?
Well, if you look at the next line, it says that Ms. Garner responded that habitat models were developed primarily using land cover data from GIS sources. So they were claiming they did it in-house. So Dr. Smallwood may have been inaccurate about them using the wildlife habitat relationship system, but that was not germane to the main point that was trying to make. The main point he was trying to make is that using putative relationships between species and habitat is not acceptably rigorous enough to determine if all potential species are in fact absent.
So I'm confused because you're restating something that you're saying now Dr. Smallwood might have been inaccurate. So is it or is it not your assertion that DWR in the FEIR used habitat models based on the ratings in the California Wildlife Habitat Relations System?
If you read that, it says what Dr. Smallwood said, and it says what Ms. Gardner said. You'll also notice I don't weigh in to say if either of them was correct. And you'll notice later on, I say that if in either case, the problem's the same.
Are you aware whether the 108 species that were analyzed in the FEIR included or considered the California Wildlife Habitat Ratings Relation System in their models?
Could you please restate the question?
Are you aware whether the 108 species that were analyzed in the FEIR included or considered CWHR ratings in their models?
According to Ms. Gardner, it does not. They made their own models.
Are you aware whether the analysis included impacts on all birds protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act?
Am I aware of what? Please restate the question.
Are you aware whether the analysis that we just discussed included impacts on all birds protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act?
I am not specifically aware of that, but when reviewing the EIR, I would have looked for things that were not included. So from that, I would conclude that yes, they were likely all covered, or at least mentioned.
And let's go to page 3 of this document. I'm looking at lines 20 to 24. In essence, you maybe are just restating, I'm not sure now, Dr. Smallwood, where you say DWR should rely on field surveys to inform which species truly occur on the project area and to the extent at which each occurs, correct?
And that's a quote from his testimony.
Do you agree with that? Or now I have to ask you, so are you agreeing with that or are you just citing it as a point?
I am correcting what I saw to be misunderstandings in the interpretation of what Smallwood was trying to say.
Do you agree with the statement or not?
I do.
And if we can pull up what's been marked as AHO 1107. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And I forgot to say please. Please and thank you. And you cite this in the list of documents that you referred to in your testimony. So I assume you're familiar with this Terrestrial Biological Resources, Chapter 13 from the FEIR. Is that accurate?
I don't have it memorized, but I've reviewed it many times.
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 28. And look at lines, if I could have you look at lines 6. Prior to project construction, all work areas would be evaluated for the presence of suitable habitat. Do you see that?
I do.
And did you review that prior to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
So would you agree that in addition to using modeled habitat for the mitigation, that there will be on-the-ground surveys prior to construction?
I think you're missing the point of what I said in the testimony.
I'm sorry, Mr. Worth. This isn't a time for arguing. I get to ask you questions and you can answer them, and Ms. Meserve can redirect you and you can say whatever you want, but I have a number of questions that I'd like to be able to move through and get your responses.
Okay, you're gonna have to restate the question. I feel a bit uncomfortable answering a question in a way that sort of misrepresents what I'm actually thinking or the testimony was about. So maybe you could please restate.
Do you disagree that this document states that prior to construction, DWR in all work areas will be evaluating for the presence of suitable habitat or the occupation by special status wildlife through on-the-ground habitat assessments or species surveys?
Yes, for presence, but I'm talking about absence. Which
So
is
your
not the same thing.
testimony is that DWR should mitigate for the absence of species if their surveys at the time prior to construction show that there's no habitat or species?
It's a confusing question how you state it. I can answer, but you're going to say I'm being argumentative. So
I think your answer was confusing.
Well, Ms.
I
Morris,
think the
it
question
was,
was very confusing.
Ms. Morris, let's try that question again because that was a very, that question was confusing.
Officer Quincy, I could do it like a step back and maybe frame this to clarify this point maybe more clearly.
I think Ms. Morris gets to guide her questions, but
Okay.
you can decide, Ms. Morris, if you would like to re-ask that one or
If
move forward.
DWR does not have permission to enter private property, how would DWR be able to conduct surveys at this time?
It wouldn't be able to, and that's a big part of the problem. You're talking about presence.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about
I have
absence.
a question pending. Are you aware whether the AHO prepared on behalf of the State Water Resources Control Board a draft decision, an associated draft water rights permit for the site's reservoir project?
Yes,
And are you aware whether the analysis conducted for sites reservoir for terrestrials used habitat models or site surveys?
I am not.
And Mr. Worth, earlier in this hearing, you testified that you were very familiar with the South Sacramento HCP. Is that correct?
This is correct.
Do you know whether the South Sacramento HCP analyzed impacts on species based on habitat models?
You want me just to say yes, but it's more than just yes, and they also relied upon species experts. So that extensive field work was included in that reliance on modeled habitat. So absence had been looked at.
Would you agree that projects do not own the property where a project may be built often first use habitat models to identify potential impacts?
They often do, yes.
I want to look at your testimony again. Sorry, Ms. Mullen, Ecos 50. I believe it's paragraph 11, which I believe is on page 7.
What line are you asking about?
In paragraph 11.
Paragraph, okay.
You state here that DWR limited their analysis to a 3-mile diameter area from roosting sites for greater sandhill crane, correct?
Correct.
And in looking at lines 25 through 26, you also state that transmission lines were only being undergrounded within a 3-mile geography, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
But you did review the FEIR chapter 13, which we just looked at, AHO 1107,
I
correct?
did, but did not memorize it.
Are you aware whether there is underground power at the Union Island shaft?
I am not aware.
Do you know how far the Union Island shaft is from any known roost site?
Objection lacks foundation. I think you would need to show the witness what you're talking about with respect to Union Island.
I asked him if he knew whether. I don't need to lay a foundation.
All right, I'll allow the question. Mr. Worth, if you know.
I don't know.
Are you aware whether the undergrounded power line at Union Island shaft is approximately 7 miles from the nearest known roost site?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware whether the DCP is undergrounding power at the Upper Jones tract shaft?
The Upper Jones check, that's the one that's, can you remind me the location of that?
It's
More
on
about-
Upper Jones. If you don't know, it's okay. I'm asking whether you're aware.
No, I'm not aware.
And you don't, and if you similarly not aware that that the Upper Jones tract shaft, how far it is from the nearest known roost site?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And are you aware whether DCP is undergrounding power and skated to power the Bethany complex?
I don't know. That's nowhere near any cranes.
And if we could pull up what's been marked as FSL 31. And believe that you testified that you were familiar with this, Mr. Worth. Is that correct? This is the
That's
final.
correct. Yeah.
I'm going to try to let you finish before I ask a question. If you could do this same too, just because the court reporter is trying to get this down. And if we both talk, she can't, it's hard, it's confusing. Are
Ms. Morris, I'm concerned this is not within the testimony. The South Sacramento HCP, can you bring me to where this is in the testimony?
I haven't asked the question, any question yet.
Well, okay, let's ask the question and then we'll see if we need to connect it to the rebuttal.
Okay. And Mr. Wirtz, are you aware that the South Sacramento HCP foraging habitat model is limited to land cover within 1.75 miles of modeled roosting habitat?
Objection outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
And hearing officer Quincy, I can answer that, but a yes does not answer it. It's more complicated than that.
Well, let's ground the question in the rebuttal testimony. Can you point us, Ms. Morris, to just the general, well, to where we are?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing this. We're talking about the criticism about, sorry, and we did this maybe a minute ago about, I'm sorry. I think I got ahead of myself or backwards. We were talking about the criticism about DWR's modeled habitat and modeled roosting site. And I'm just bringing up another example of in a different plan where there is a lesser distance in terms of modeled roosting habitat.
Can you just help me point to we were looking at paragraph 11. Are we somewhere else?
Yeah,
In terms of...
I'll just move on. I'll come back
Okay.
to this.
Okay,
and I'll get you a paragraph.
thank you.
I can answer that, but it's not a yes or no question.
It's not right now. We will
Not right
make sure
now.
that this is
No.
within the scope, please.
Okay, let's move to back to Mr. Worst testimony, Ecos 50. Paragraph 13. Actually, sorry, I think it's actually on paragraph 14, which is on the next page. And looking at lines 26 to 27. Sorry, this is not matching up. One second.
And if you would like, Ms. Morris, we can take a mid-morning break. It's a little early, but not too early.
That might be more efficient because I know I'm going to get an objection. I'm going to have to point you to the paragraph. So I might as well get it.
Great. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:22. Thank you. All right, I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. Then with that, I will look to Ms. Morris. Back to you.
Thank you. And if we could go back to Ecos 50 and not paragraph 14, page 14. If we could scroll down to, so we can see most of paragraph 25, great. And looking at this testimony, Mr. Worth, on line 26, you state Dr. Smallwood's study demonstrates a high risk of roadkill. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And are you referring to the Vasco Road study?
He did, yeah. He did some additional work on the Vasco Road area. And then he also had done something in Davis, but yeah, that's regarding the Vasco Road.
And did you review Ecos 30 or the Vasco Road? Did you review that study or paper?
Which paper exactly?
Vasco, the one that you're citing to in Dr. Smallwood's testimony.
The Vasco Road Wildlife Movement Study Report?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And do you know whether the location of that study tended to funnel wildlife movement across the road?
Objection. This same question was asked of Dr. Smallwood. I'm not sure if it's appropriate, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Maybe it is to ask the same question of Dr. Worth, but this was covered with Dr.
Mr. Worth.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know what you think about that, but just to bring it to your attention.
Thank you. I'll allow the question, please, Mr. Worth.
Am I aware that it could funnel wildlife? That was the claim. I don't know anything to the contrary.
Did you look at the location of the study, the Vasco Road study?
I looked at the maps. I did not go there personally.
Did you look at the contour? Did you look at a contour map
I did,
of the area?
yes.
And is it flat?
No.
How would you describe it?
Road, it was sloping contours on either side.
And were the road contours sloping down? Or, I'm sorry, from the road where it was flat, were the contours on either side sloping up or down?
I believe they were sloping up.
On both sides of the road?
It's been a while since I looked at the map.
So you don't recall as you sit here?
I recall looking at it and assessing that was a fair comment.
What comment was fair?
That it could funnel wildlife.
Okay, thank you. And you also state on the same page that DWR should admit this possibility and be prepared to mitigate appropriately. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And if we can pull up Ms. Mullen, AHO 1107. And while we're pulling this up, did you, we talked about this chapter 13, the terrestrial biological resources. Did you review Impact Bio 53?
I read it. I don't recall specifically what it was.
If we could go to PDF page 437. And if we could scroll down to where we see lines 15 through 20, it might be towards the bottom of the page. And if you could just read to yourself, Mr. Worth, where it begins, access roads constructed under all alternatives would result. Do you see that?
At the bottom of the page, okay.
Excuse me, could we go to the beginning of this section so the witness can see where we are in the chapter? I'm not sure are we under Impact Bio 53 or?
I asked if he was aware of that. I'm going to get there, but now I'm just looking at this specific language. If you want to scroll up, hearing officer wants to scroll up.
Wait. Let's talk one at a time. So
he said he wasn't sure what he said. He had read the chapter and he wasn't sure what Bio 53 was. So now we're in the chapter. I'm assuming through inference that this is Bio 53, but I think it would be appropriate to show him what Bio 53 is.
It is not, and I'm going to come back to that.
Well, that's misleading.
Well, Ms. Morris, I think it's fair to ask, where are we? Ms.
Yeah.
Mullen, can we just scroll to the top of this page and see? I don't know if the header tells us anything. No, it does not. Is there a guess where the?
Oh, there was
Can
an
you hold for a
impact.
second?
Scroll
Thank you, Ms.
down.
Mullen. Can we scroll down a little bit? I think there was a bold section header here. So we are under impact bio 53.
That is, yes, but there's other language. That is not the actual language of Bio 53. But it's talking about wildlife connectivity and road mortality. And I specifically am asking, and I think I'm entitled to, he said he reviewed this chapter, he cites to it. I want him to look at lines 15 to 18, and I want to ask him a question about those lines in particular.
I
Those
think
lines 4
now
through-
he knows where we are, so we can. Thank
Yes.
you.
And Ms. Mullen, if you remember where we are, which you might because you were
Got it.
brilliant. Thank you. All right, here we go. I think the
All
question
right.
is Ms. Morris.
Mr. Worth, do you see lines 15 through 20?
I do.
And do you see that in this DWR states potentially result in increased wildlife mortality from vehicle collisions?
I
And
do.
that all wildlife crossing guilds have the potential to be affected?
I do.
And if we can go back to Bio 53, and that I think is on 443. It's PDF page 443, I believe. Okay. And do you see that mitigation measure Bio 53 is to avoid and minimize impacts on terrestrial wildlife connectivity and movement?
I do.
And then, sorry to jump around, but I think we need to move down to the next page, which should have the language. And I am struggling on citations today. That is not Bio 53 language. At any rate, you didn't review do you recall if you reviewed Bio 53?
You're talking at any point or specifically for this testimony?
For this testimony?
No, because the issue here is increased risk versus high risk. Smallwood saying it's very high risk. I had always understood that there was a thought there would be increased risk. That's not his point. That's not the point that was being made in this testimony.
And then can you go to page 441, please, Ms. Mullen? And if we could scroll down to lines 35 to 41. And did you review this language in preparation for your rebuttal testimony?
Objection vague. Are you saying which lines?
35 to 41, where it talks about Bio 53, which is on 39.
You're asking if I specifically reviewed this verbiage right here?
Yes.
Testimony? No, I was addressing the discrepancy between what Gardner was saying and Smallwood was saying.
So is it fair to say that the majority of your testimony, you're setting forth what Dr. Smallwood said, whether you agree or disagree, and then you're setting forth what Ms. Gardner said, and then you're providing some opinion about whether you think, I'm trying to understand the structure because I did not understand that to be your testimony. Do you have your own opinions, or are you just sort of compiling what Dr. Smallwood said and what Ms. Gardner said?
I was identifying and setting straight misunderstandings.
And when you say setting straight misunderstandings, what do you mean by that?
Well, as an example, just here, it appeared you were trying to draw an equivalency between an increased risk of road mortality and what was actually said, which is a high risk. The point that was being made was that there was a very high risk for road mortality and that this was not being captured.
And that very high risk that Dr. Smallwood stated that you're relying on was based on the Vasco Road study, correct?
As an example, not definitive, but as an example.
And would you agree that
The bigger point and issue that was at task was there have been no baseline studies. So the Vasco Road study is basically a harbinger of potentially significant risk. And that's not the same thing as saying we're going to do future baseline studies and then do some procedures based on what we find and adjust that accordingly. That doesn't present what could be a very significant risk. An increased risk, that doesn't say a whole lot. He's claiming and worried that it could be a very significant risk. Lots of animals, big problem. I'm trying to set that record straight. As we sit here, we don't have those baseline studies.
Okay, let's talk about that. Mr. Worth, would you agree that DWR is going to mitigate for that increased risk?
They're going to attempt to.
Okay. And can
But
we
the question isn't whether or not are they going to, is that risk acceptable? Is the mitigation going to be acceptable to the risk? That's the question here at hand. That's what we're trying to address as part of this process.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm struggling here because I have a witness who is not a trained biologist, who hasn't published any papers, who's rebutting testimony from another witness that I've asked similar questions to. And now I don't actually understand, all of what opinions are being offered. I'm a little bit struggling here about how to do this efficiently. So not knowing, I just have to march through this again.
No,
Did you just say he was not a trained biologist?
He's not a practicing biologist.
He is so.
I'm sorry, I'm not engaging right now. Sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
That it misstates Mr. Worth's qualifications.
all right, those qualifications, those speak for themselves. So let's back, and thank you for pointing out the potential error, Ms. Meserve. Let's back up and I'll ask Mr. Worth to stay focused. We do need to get through this, and I understand you're in a challenging position too, Mr. Worth, because you're attempting to bring all of these lines together and in a place where we don't have Dr. Smallwood. So it's challenging testimony I understand, Ms. Morris, to cross-examine on, and it's challenging for Mr. Worth to explain. But I think the best thing here is to the extent Ms. Morris is asking specific questions, it is your responsibility, Mr. Worth, to stick to the scope of those, although I understand you do, need to explain your answers. And you are certainly welcome to do that, but it's taking care of responding to the question and not what you think Ms. Morris might be getting at, that we will leave to her.
Okay.
So Ms. Morris, let's try again.
Are you familiar with the Habitat Connectivity Adaptive Management Plan that was prepared for the Delta Conveyance Project?
I'm aware of it.
Did you review it in preparation for your rebuttal testimony today? No. Okay. And can we please pull up DWR 939? You stated that you are familiar with this Habitat Connectivity and Adaptive Management Plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could please go to PDF page 8. And if we could scroll down to where I think the heading says baseline 2.2.2. Did you see in lines 25 through 30 in your previous review that state that baseline studies will be conducted both before construction to characterize pre-construction baseline conditions, and also after construction is completed to characterize the post-construction baseline conditions.
Yes.
If we could go back to Ecos 50, your testimony on page 5, paragraph 7. Looking at line 9, you state that the Twin Cities complex takes up 15 to 20% of the green core reserve. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by the green core reserve?
That was the area depicted on the map that Smallwood used, using the UC Davis Green Corps Reserve data. So it was a band of important reserve habitat for connectivity.
And if I wanted to understand that better, would that be in Dr. Smallwood's? Did he provide that, the data and the study that you were citing in figure 8 in the map?
You're talking about the map that I included?
Yes.
No, I did not get that map from him.
So maybe when you say the Twin Cities is depicted in the figure 8 map, is that the map that you're providing? Because I see figure 2.2, or is figure 8 map something from Dr. Smallwood?
It's the map that I included.
Okay, so if we go to the next page where that map occurs, that says figure 2-2, not figure 8. So are we talking about?
No, it's my mistake then. It has to do with the map that Dr. Smallwood included that had the core reserve area and that arrow that he drew. And there was exception taken to the arrow that he drew. So my mistake, I misunderstood.
Okay, so going back to then the Green Corps Reserve, did you understand my question about the source of that data, or do we need to correct that?
The source of the data was from UC Davis.
And was that provided in Dr. Smallwood's testimony? Do you know which citation?
Objection, misleading. The citation is right there on line 8.
That's to his testimony.
Yes,
Dr. Smallwood's
that's where the
testimony.
maps are.
I'm asking the basis of the data from a study or some other information. Is it included in Dr. Smallwood's exhibits, not in his testimony?
I'm looking. I don't specifically recall off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't specifically recall beyond it being part of a UC Davis study.
Okay, let's go to Ecos 30 since you cite it. And I want to make sure I'm understanding what we're looking at basis is. Sorry, Ms. Mullen, please. Thank you. And this is Dr. Smallwood's testimony, correct, Mr. Worth?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if we could go, I guess, to page 20. And this is the map here that we're just talking about, correct?
Correct.
And the green, can we scroll down a little? Is there a legend on this? No. Okay. Do you know what the boundary of the Green Corps Reserve is that you're referencing?
Can you define boundary?
I'm asking you based on your testimony. All I have is this map that I'm not even sure if it's the entirety. So I'm trying to understand what green core means and you're citing it and how big it is, and if you have an understanding of how many acres it is.
Objection, misleading. The figure description itself cites to the FEIR page and figure number where it comes from.
I'm thinking. So I'm trying to follow. Ms. Morris, your question is Mr. Worth's understanding of the core reserves? What is your question?
Well, he uses the word green core reserve in quotes, and I'm trying to understand, and he uses it to say that it blocks 15 to 20% of the green core reserve. So I'm trying to understand the acreage and the size to understand how he came up with that calculation.
I can tell you, I came up with it.
Well, wait a minute, because now I'm lost. Where are we in
In
Mr.
his
Worth's
testimony,
testimony?
Ecos 50,
Yes.
paragraph 7, page 5,
Okay.
line 9 and 10.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, please, you may need to, well, I think Mr. Worth, did you understand the question? Do you recall the question?
If I understand the boundaries,
Well, why don't you ask the question again, Ms. Morris, please?
What is the boundary of the green core reserve that you are referencing?
you're talking the geographic boundary? The way, would it be helpful if I described how I came up with the 15 to 20%?
You know what? Why don't we do that? That might be the easiest way, and then I might ask you some follow-up questions. How
Okay.
did you come up with the 15, 20% of the green core reserve?
By measuring the footprint included there of the Twin Cities complex and comparing that to the measurement of the core reserve in terms of width. Because the width would be referential to the connectivity. You're shrinking the width down.
So you used this map and took measurements,
Mhm.
and then you estimated by eye and measurements.
I measured it. I measured it. I was trying to make the simple point that any removal of connectivity there is an impact. Most of these are very, very simple 30,000 foot claims.
How did you measure, just looking at this figure, the Twin Cities complex? So you measured
The purplish greenish thing, and then measured above it, the green all the way down to the bottom.
Okay, I don't know what purple-ish greenish means. I see a purple square. If
Yeah.
you're looking at the map where you
The
see
purple
the sign for
square, the
I-5.
purple square right where the blue line goes through.
Okay, that purple square under the map where it says I-5 labels, that's what you measured?
Mhm.
And then where did you measure in the green areas? Because there's several green areas.
Right through the purple square. The green area, so think of it right above in the middle of the green square, all the way down.
No, I'm not tracking. All the way down.
So
Wait, 1 second, Mr. Worth, please, 1 second. I understand that you measured the purple square. Are you measuring horizontally or vertically as we're looking at this map?
vertically, top of the page, bottom of the page.
So you measured the purple square underneath the I-5 sign, correct?
Right.
And then you measured from just above the purple square where there's some green all the way down to, like, let's say where wait, 1 second,
Hold on, Mr. Worth. Let Ms. Morris ask her question, please.
all the way down to where we see like the TH for Thornton, where to the end of the green there.
To the RN. Or generally, yeah, anywhere ORN, potentially the H.
And do you have these measurements with you?
No, not handy.
Is that an accurate measuring and then dividing measurements? Like, what increment of measurement did you measure to? Did you use a ruler?
It was a ruler, yeah.
And what increment did you measure to?
Standard measurement. 32nd of an inch.
So is it fair to say that you have, do you have any understanding or awareness of whether the area of the Green Corps Reserve Polygon is 68,131 acres?
Do I have an awareness as large? Yes.
I think I said 68,131. Do you know whether that green polygon is 68,131 acres?
Not specifically, no.
And you already testified that you believe the Twin Cities complex is 1,000 acres is what you used roughly, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know what the permanent acre footprint for the Twin Cities complex is?
Did we not already answered and addressed? Asked and answered?
Do you know the acreage?
I believe it's around the same. I mean, the muck pile is a permanent impact, given that's gonna be there for more than a year.
So those are your definitions. You're not looking at the acreage. You're not looking at acreages from the EIR, FEIR. Is that accurate?
No, I did originally. I just don't remember on the top of my head.
Okay.
I believe objection dismissed testimony because he said that he actually just measured the square. He wasn't using acreages for this particular percentage.
I understand. I think that was clear, Ms. Meserve. I understand that.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. There are a lot of other things about this testimony I don't understand, like the green polygon, but I will leave it to Ms. Morris.
Take this down. Mr. Worth, would it be more accurate to, in order to calculate a percentage of a map, to obtain the acreages and the size of the areas that you're looking at rather than using a ruler?
Objection vague.
Yeah,
I'll allow it, please, Mr. Worth.
can we return to the map?
We
Please,
can't,
Ms.
but I don't
Ball.
think it's,
Yep, let's
it goes
see.
30, page 21, I think, 20.
So in terms of the connectivity from the north, you wouldn't necessarily need to consider the entire size of the polygon. You would just need to consider restrictions and constrictions to that pathway. So using the arrow, if the arrow is going from the north to the south, anywhere to the east, it's going to have to go through a somewhat restricted area where the Twin Cities complex is. So it would not make a lot of sense to be analyzing the amount of habitat in the green polygons, say below the Walnut Grove Thornton sign on the map.
Right, but regardless, my question wasn't looking at the entirety of it, is would it be more accurate than using a ruler to measure certain areas to look at the polygon, the size of the polygon in the area that you're comparing to get a more accurate percentage?
Objection vague. What polygons are you comparing?
I'm
He's-
not, Mr. Worth is the purple versus some portion of the green. I'll move on. This is,
Wait,
yeah.
let's stop here because now I am, as I mentioned, completely confused about the so-called green polygon because I don't actually see any polygons, but maybe if I had a magnifying glass, this would be a polygon. But what polygon when you speak of the green polygon, Mr. Worth, what are you referring to?
I don't believe I used the word polygon.
Okay. Then okay, I'll turn it back to Ms. Morris. I'm not sure where we are. Thank you, Mr. Worth.
we can take this down. And just one more question. I'm sorry. When you looked at figure 8 that we were just looking at, did you go back to the FEIR and look at the legend that describes this map, or did you just measure from this reprinted map and Dr. Smallwood's testimony?
I looked at the legend, but I used this map to measure because it was cropped. Easier to measure. And all I was having to do was just show that that's a constriction.
But you quantified that restriction. It wasn't, you didn't just intend to show it was a restriction, you quantified it as 15 to 20%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when I've asked you the questions about the green polygon, which is the entirety of the green area, were you considering all of the green areas or just the portions that you described in our discussion earlier?
I was considering how the Twin Cities complex would constrict movement into and through it. From the
Mr.
north.
Wirtz, how much time have you spent observing sandhill cranes in the Delta?
35 years, 30, 40 days a year. So a fair number.
And where do you go to observe sandhill cranes? Which locations do you go to more frequently?
If I'm going to do photography, it would be the Sumas River Preserve, Desmond Road, Franklin Road, Woodbridge, the full length of Woodbridge, Staten Island, fairly commonly. Stone Lakes when I'm there for any type of field trip with Bart McDermott, but that's not generally open to the public.
And why do you choose those locations?
I choose them because they tend to have high concentrations of animals.
And when you say animals, would
Cranes.
that include greater sandhill crane?
Yeah, but yes, cranes, but I also photograph other animals while I'm there.
And are there vehicles present in these areas?
Yes, at times.
And have you ever driven a vehicle past the sandhill crane roost site?
Yes.
Have you ever caused the sandhill crane to leave its roost site by driving past a roost site?
Regrettably, yes.
And are there often people present in are there often people and vehicles present adjacent to sandhill crane roost sites?
Yes.
And have you
Well,
ever seen...
I need to clarify that and ask the question more. That would be specific roost sites. Other ones, no, not at all. So there's some closer to the road and some much further from the road. So for the ones close to the road, yes.
And usually when people are present in vehicles, it would be the ones closer to the road, correct?
Correct.
Objection, could we just take a moment to tie this to the testimony? I'm not quite sure I see the connection.
Mr. Worth talks about flushing and potential impacts, and I'm trying to get his understanding and from his experience of 35 years, what that looks like in terms of vehicle traffic.
And I'll allow the questions, please. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Isn't the character of a 13-year tunnel construction project a little different than bird watching?
I'm going to allow the line of questioning. Thank you, Ms. Meserve.
Have you ever seen a sandhill crane that was flush fly into a power line, Mr. Worth?
No, but I've seen them dead under power lines.
If we can go back to Ecos 50, paragraph 27, getting the right page number here. It's Monday. I am struggling, so thank you for being patient with me in my citation. I think it's page 15.
Yes, that's the start of 27, I believe.
Okay. And it goes on to page 16. So, Mr. Worth, in this section of your rebuttal testimony, you appear to be criticizing Ms. Gardner's discussion of existing aviation activity at Franklin Boulevard power lines near the Twin Cities area, correct?
No, I didn't mention anything about aviation.
I'm just looking on page 15. your site, it says, in addition, it should be noted that regular aviation activity at Franklin Field Airport in conjunction with the overhead unmarked. Are you not criticizing that testimony that
That
you?
was her quote. I discussed the power lines.
Okay. So what's the intent of quoting that language if you're not rebutting it?
I was rebutting the power line part. It was part of the same quote. So rather than dot it out, I just included it.
Okay, so you don't disagree with Miss Gardner in terms of the regular aviation activity at Franklin Field Airport being an established feature of the Twin Cities complex already?
No, it's a fact.
And that would be the same for the power lines that are already along Franklin Boulevard, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the point of your testimony and what are you rebutting in paragraph 27 in regards to Ms. Gardner's testimony?
I was drawing attention to the fact that here are some power lines with no plan for undergrounding or putting diverters on that she claims would be problematic if you did conservation there. And I'm merely observing that that then means that it's a problem for construction there too, for flushing cranes.
And do you have any awareness if DWR will underground well, let's strike that. There's existing lines in that area on Franklin Boulevard, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is it your opinion that if DWR were to underground any additional lines that it added on Franklin Boulevard, that would not be an issue for crane conservation?
If they undergrounded them, yes.
That would solve your issue? As it relates to Franklin Boulevard?
I'm a little bit confused because I did not express an issue. I expressed a noted inconsistency.
But your testimony is that it would be I'm struggling here, so stick with me here. It appears that you're saying what you just testified is that if it's an issue for conservation, it's an issue for construction.
Right?
And my question then is, if it's undergrounded for construction, would it still be an issue in your mind?
Would not be an issue for construction, no.
Okay, and your concern here is that the disturbances associated with the project could flush cranes toward the existing lines, is that correct?
Yeah, but it was really more to bring up the general inconsistency. There was a claim being made that the existing transmission lines were not going to be a problem. That was a fairly consistent claim, and this is an example where that claim seems to fall apart.
And do you have an understanding of whether if DWR were to co-locate lines, that it would be required to put bird diverters on those lines?
The way that the mitigation measures were written, as I recall, it would be flight diverters only on the new co-located lines. And I share Gary Ivy's concern that birds flying above or below that would be at greater risk of hitting other existing lines.
Let's go to, if we could go to Ecos 50, paragraph 7, which is on page, wait a second, hold on one second. Yes, it's on page 5, and I want to look specifically on lines 10 to 11. So I want to make sure I'm understanding. Are these your words? This demonstrates that the proposed Twin Cities complex would disrupt the already limited options for wildlife movement.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's based on Dr. Smallwood's testimony in ECOS 30?
It's an agreement with that and the fact that it would block 15 to 20% of that core reserve area where the line was,
That you measured with the ruler.
right?
And if we can go to ECOS 30. And if we could look at paragraph 24. Sorry, I don't have a page number. It's right above 19. And here it appears that Dr. Smallwood described model quarters, and he, I believe, used the word, if we're looking at line 6, right above where model corridors could potentially join together. Do you see that language?
Mhm.
And then farther down on line 8, he says, whereas the FEIR discusses the existence of the corridor maps developed by CDFW and UC Davis, the FEIR does not opine on how the DCP would affect. Do you see that?
Mhm.
But in your testimony, you state that the project would disrupt the already. So
That was my opinion based upon a constriction there.
So that's your opinion based on the 15 to 20% measurement that you made.
That and the fact that there's such limited options for connectivity. It's a very constrained habitat.
And then I believe, so in order, well, let's look at ECOS 51, please, which is your summary PowerPoint. I think it's slide 4. And here you state that the site is disrupting an existing linkage and movement corridor. Is that correct on the 3rd bullet?
Yes, in that it's being used, not that it's protected in perpetuity and can be used in perpetuity.
Did you conduct any movement tracking studies
I did not.
yourself in this area?
No.
Did you do any quantitative analysis that recorded actual wildlife movement frequencies through the Twin Cities site?
Nope.
If we could go back, Ms. Mullen, please, to ECOS 50. Paragraph 26, which is on page 15. Nope. Wait a second. I don't see a paragraph 26. What am I page? 15, yeah. My pages got out of order. Sorry. It really is Monday. And here you discuss the acreage impacts to the eco plan area, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you state that those impacts could definitely make it harder to meet the eco plan goals, correct?
I'm sorry, please repeat the last question.
That you state that the impacts could definitely make it harder to meet the eco plan goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you I didn't see any citations to support this statement.
That was my opinion.
And did you perform any parcel level feasibility analysis regarding eco plan?
Not myself, no.
Did you evaluate the remaining potential conservation lands in the eco plan area?
No.
Same question for the water delivery service area.
No.
If we could go, we're on the right document, I think page 10. And looking at lines 27 and moving through page 11, line 1. You're relying on the Hartman study that was conducted at Mare Island. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe where Mare Island is located?
Yeah, it's Alameda.
Alameda County?
Uh, I
Let me
believe
help.
so.
Let me see. Is it your
Yeah.
understanding that it's along Highway 37
Yes,
towards the north end of San Pablo Bay?
yeah.
And
As you drive down that road, as you're about to go up the bridge to do the connection to Highway 80 before the amusement park, it's on the south side.
is it your understanding that it's bordered by the San Pablo Bay to the south and salt ponds to the west?
Yes,
And do you know whether Mare Island is greater than 40 miles from any proposed Delta conveyance facility?
I don't know specifically, but that would seem like a reasonable assumption.
And in this study that you cite, were there sorry, was that a study well, did you review that study before
I
you
did.
cited it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a report, not a study.
And then in that report that you cited, was that a new transmission line and new towers that were being constructed?
Yes. It was part of as I understand, the mitigation for doing that. They had to do a 3-year study on the impacts.
And do you know if there was an associated distribution line that it was existing, or was it just a new transmission line?
I don't recall specifically. I think it was just a new line.
And do you know if those lines were marked with state-of-the-art bird diverters?
That I do not know. I don't think it stated that in the report.
Do you know if they were marked with any bird diverters?
I don't recall. I looked at it. I don't recall if I was able to find that in the report.
And in your testimony in paragraph 17, you state, and sorry, we're on there, right? Yeah, okay. That the APLIC standards are widely recognized as the state-of-the-art benchmark, correct?
Correct.
And then you rely on Dr. Smallwood in ECOS 30 for his discussion of utility scale solar fatalities, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Smallwood in ECOS 30, he states that fatalities occurred despite projects purportedly built to APLEX standards, correct?
Mhm.
I can pull it up. You agree
Yes,
with that?
I remember that.
And then I believe he cites ECOS 46 in support of that discussion, correct?
I don't specifically recall that reference, but sounds right.
We can pull it up. If Miss Mullen, if we could pull up ECOS 30, and it's page 28, I believe it's line 7. So you see, in my review of impacts to wildlife from utility scale solar projects, citing to ECOS 46.
Okay.
And did you review ECOS 46 before preparing your testimony?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell me where in ECOS 46 the paper identifies any specific APLIC standard guideline or addition allegedly applicable to those facilities?
I cannot. Not off the top of my head, I'd have to look at it again.
I have some questions for Dr. Ivy. I might have a couple more for you, Mr. Rhodes, but thank you so far for your patience with my confused citations. I appreciate it. Good morning again, Dr. Ivy.
Good morning.
I had a question that came up this morning in your testimony. I heard you state this morning relating to the eco-plan area that a lot of the other land is just pasture land and not as good. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, it's actually a lot of the land north of the Cosumnes River, north of Twin Cities Road, due north of there is pasture and grasslands. A lot of it's part of the preserve, but it's not heavily used by cranes. So most of the dairy stuff is around Franklin Road and Bruceville Road, that region, which includes the Twin Cities complex. The dairy crops are row crops that typically have grain and green forage that the cranes tend to prefer.
And are you aware that the Twin Cities property, or a piece of it at least, is pasture land?
Yes, I am. Some of the dairies have pastures as well.
Let's go to FSL 47, page 16. Okay, and page 16 and looking at lines 17 through 21. You state that the acreage impact for greater sandhill crane foraging habitat is underestimated because the model used a 3-mile foraging distance from previous roost sites instead of a 5.6-mile foraging distance. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You also reference in your rebuttal testimony that the lesser sandhill crane foraging habitat model used a 6-mile foraging distance from the roost sites, correct? And that's on page 3, line 2, I believe, if you need to look at that.
Let's look at it.
Page 3, line 2.
Yeah, that's a quote from her testimony.
So you would agree that the for lessers, it's within 6 miles of roost sites, correct?
That doesn't include all of the lesser area either. About, I don't know what percentage, probably 30 or 40% of the lessers fly further than that.
Okay. And but in essence, for greater sandhill crane, you're concerned that the number of acreage is underestimated because it was limited to 3 miles. So it's not all the acreages are being mitigated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And can we please pull up Ms. Mullen, AHO 1107? And Dr. Ivy, you were here this morning. We should probably just go to page 1, then we can come back. Are you familiar with Chapter 13, the terrestrial biological resources?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page, should be 279. Can you scroll to the bottom just because it should be 13-279 and yes, okay, great, thank you. And then if we can go back up to page or to the first line. Okay. Do you see here that the CMP, and looking at lines 1, the CMP would also offset the loss of greater and lesser sandhill crane foraging habitat by protecting high to very high value foraging habitat for greater sandhill crane with at least 80% maintained in very high value types of corn and rice in any given year?
Yes, I see that.
And if you look at line 6, as it relates to lesser sandhill crane, that it say the CEP would also offset the loss of, of the high to low, of greater and lesser sandhill crane by protecting high to low foraging crops with at least 80% maintained in high value crops, corn and rice.
Yes, I see that.
So would you agree that the habitat mitigation for greater and lesser sandhill crane are the same in the CMP? The same type of habitat?
Regarding the high, what's the term here?
I would say the high to very high value foraging
Yeah.
habitat for greater with at least 80% maintained in high value types,
Yeah.
corn and rice.
The devil is in the details. That depends on where that's applied and how it benefits cranes.
And we're going to get there, but my specific question was the CMP identifies the exact same type of mitigation habitat for greater and lesser sandhill cranes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to the same document, page 269. And if we could scroll down so we can see alternative 5. So this table 13-70 shows the impacts on modeled habitat for greater sandhill crane by alternative, correct?
Apparently so, yes.
And the number that was cited is for alternative 5. Do you understand alternative 5 to be the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
And then in looking at that, the row permanent impacts from foraging acres, do you see that 1339.78 acres?
Yes, I do.
And that's the number of acreage that you cited that it's going to be mitigated, correct, in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could scroll down to table 13-71, and I think we have to go down a little more to see alternative 5. It's on the next slide. There we go. This is, oh, sorry, I should have let you see the title. This is for the lesser sandhill crane, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And we've already established that the habitat for the greater and lesser sandhill crane for mitigation is the same, correct, Dr. Ivy?
That one element of the higher dense or high value crop part is, yes.
And then do you see here that the and you understand that this is based on a 6-mile radius from Roost, sorry, strike that. This is based on the 6-mile foraging distance from roost sites, correct? For lesser sandhill crane?
That's unclear because the numbers are very similar. They're less than 100 acres apart. And why would 3 miles versus 6 miles lead to 100 acres? I'm not sure that's true.
So you disagree that the modeled habitat for lesser sandhill cranes is the 13,050.21 acres?
I'm not sure how that was determined, but it doesn't, I mean, if you used a 6 mile, why wouldn't it be much higher than the one for graders? It's not much higher.
But you don't have any reason as you sit here today you didn't calculate these numbers or model.
No, I did not. I didn't have their model. I had no way of doing that, but it just seems odd that they're so similar, the two numbers.
So would you agree that in looking at those two numbers, the 1350.21, which was 6 mile, and the 1339.78, it's roughly a difference of 10.43 acres of permanent impact on foraging habitat?
I would agree that difference, yes, it's simple math.
And so the 1350.21 acres of foraging habitat impacted by the project, considering a 6-mile foraging radius, would also be mitigated in the same high to very high value foraging habitat required for greater sandhill cranes, correct?
Appears so.
And if we go back to the top of the we go back to, I believe, 279. And looking at lines 12 through 14. Do you see that starting on that page line, on this page 279, line 12, that foraging habitat protected for Swainson's hawk may also provide a benefit to lesser sandhill crane because of the proportion that would be managed in alfalfa each year?
I see that statement, yes.
If we can go back to your testimony, FSL 47, page 16.
Excuse me, is there a question about the Swainson Hawk? Or is it just you want him to read the EIR?
I got a question and answer. Is it okay if I move forward?
You can move on. It was a question about the alfalfa, right?
I don't think that's a legitimate question to just have him read the EIR. I object to that. That should be stricken from the record.
Well, you can raise that in your evidentiary objections and we can move to the next question, Ms. Morris.
Okay, looking at lines 6 through 10 of your testimony on page 16. Let's see. Where you state it is arbitrary and inadequate to cite new foraging habitat within 2 miles of created DCP roosts, while foraging habitat impacts are more widespread in the project area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you state mitigation should occur as close to actual habitat impact sites as possible to accommodate cranes displaced by the impact. Otherwise, those cranes will be impacted.
Yes, that's what I stated.
Okay, and Dr. Ivy, as part of a group, did you provide comments on the public draft of the EIR for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
Okay, I'd like to pull up what's been marked as DWR 1172, and we uploaded that to the FTP, so we'll probably need to wait a minute for it to get moved over. Hearing Officer Kinsey, while we're waiting for 1172 to get pulled up, are we doing a hard stop at noon or do we need to do a little earlier?
It doesn't have to be a hard stop. It's an
Okay.
approximate. Yeah, thank you.
And what is DWR 1172, if I might ask? That's not something I have.
It's a comment letter with a memo from Dr. Ivy attached on the EIR where Dr. Ivy was CC'd, and I'm waiting for you to get it. So just let me know when you can get it and we'll go.
I don't recall that, but let's look at it.
And I've asked the team to move it over. So it sounds like we don't see it in the FTP site. We'll keep looking, but
I'm checking. I uploaded it. It may. Well, we might have to re-up. I'm not seeing it. I wonder if it didn't take. I'll come back to these questions.
I presume the DWR team may be trying to upload it, so we will keep looking for it. Or if you can shoot us an email, someone from the team can shoot us an email at the letting us know, then we'll move it over.
Okay. Yep.
If you could also copy it to me, please, that would be helpful.
Let's go. We'll come back to this line of questioning. Dr. Ivy, how many years have you spent studying sandhill cranes in the Delta?
I studied cranes there on the ground in the winter of 2002, 2003. I was there from the winter of 2006-07 through the winter of 2009-10, working on my PhD. And in 2012-13, that winter, I did field surveys all over the crane use areas in the Central Valley, including the Delta. So those years specifically, but I started working on cranes, as I mentioned before, in 1979, and I worked at Malheur Refuge and had nesting cranes in my study area. And I was keeping track of cranes. My parents used to live in Ceres, California, and I would go to the Delta every year and got to know Sally Shanks, who her husband managed Staten Island, and she was tracking cranes for me, that birds that we had color marked over the years. And so I visited the Delta almost every winter for a little while, other than those field study years.
So Decades? Is that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And roughly how many days a year do you spend observing cranes in the Delta?
When I was doing those field studies, I was there through the crane wintering period, beginning in early September and through the end of March, middle of April. Otherwise, most of my visits that were just incidental to other travels were 2 to 5 days a year. I help with the Lodi Crane Festival, and I spend some time for about 4 or 5 days chasing cranes during that event every year in early November, I've been doing that since they started the festival, essentially.
Okay, so several days a week during crane season for several years, decades.
Well, when I was on those studies, I was pretty much 7 days a week.
And
but
in your time observing sandhill cranes in the Delta, have you seen farm equipment or tractors flush foraging cranes into power lines?
it's rare to see a crane hit a power line. As I testified, I've seen 2 in my life. One flock was flushed by a train in a site that had a train track running through it. This is down in Brawley, California. And I have seen farm equipment flush cranes, yes, but I have not seen the actual collisions of the lines. It depends on, light and a lot of issues of whether or not they hit the lines. They're more likely to hit it in the dark or in the fog. But cranes do, both those cranes I saw strike the lines was bright daylight, mid-morning.
And you said you've seen it twice in your life. One was in Brawley, which isn't in the Delta, correct?
That's correct.
And where was the other one?
The other one was on Staten Island, right in the middle of the Delta, at the major crane site.
And Staten Island has a power line that runs through the middle of the island, correct?
It has, the main power line down the county road, and it also has some secondary lines that go to the pumps.
Have you seen buses of bird watchers flush foraging cranes?
Yes.
And you've led many fly in and fly outs to Staten Island for the Lodi Crane Festival, correct?
Yes.
And how many years have you been leading those tours?
I don't remember when the festival started, but about 20.
And how many tours are offered per year?
The festival has about 20 different, or maybe 30 different options for people on tours. In terms of crane tours, I think about a dozen, 15 maybe. And I only do some of them because I can't be on every tour.
And roughly how many people are on each tour?
Objection, could we tie this back to the testimony? Is this within the scope?
Do you need me to respond, Hearing Officer Kinsey?
Please, where are we going with this, Ms. Morris?
Yeah, there's lots of testimony by Dr. Ivy about flushing and the potential impacts, and I'm trying to understand his understanding of flushing, when it occurs, how it occurs. There's talks about people approaching, and I wanted to get a better understanding of his observations in the Delta.
So your questions about the tours are related to having those people out there in the Delta observing cranes.
Correct.
But
Please.
Okay.
May I respond?
Sure.
I guess I don't think that it's been established that the tours have any equivalence with the type of activity that we're analyzing with respect to the construction of the Delta Conveyance project. I don't believe that there's been any offer of proof with respect
I
to
don't
that.
think that's been established either, but I think there's some logical, it's potentially relevant. So I'm going to allow Ms. Morris to explore this, and then these arguments would, of course, be for closing briefs in terms of the relevance of the testimony. So please,
Okay.
Ms. Morris.
And how many people, the question I asked was how many people are on each tour, roughly?
20, 25.
And how close do attendees get to roosting birds?
Depends on the site, but they're usually about 1/8 of a mile.
And are these, on these tours, are the attendees behind a blind?
They are at the North Eisenberg Crane Reserve. They have a blind.
But at other locations, they're just not they're not behind a blind, correct?
Correct.
And during the tours that you led, did the groups of people watching the cranes fly in and out cause them to flush?
Sometimes.
And based on your earlier testimony, I assume that during those times when the group caused the flushing, that you did not see any cranes die when being flushed from their roost by hitting a power line, correct?
As I testified, I've only seen 2
Have you
mortality.
seen headlights from vehicles flush sandhill cranes into power lines?
Asked and answered. He already testified that he'd only seen 2 birds hit a power line.
I think this was a flushing I understood the question was whether the headlights would flush. So to you, Dr. Ivy.
Definitely
She
headlight.
said into power lines, actually. So
I'm sorry,
maybe she could
Chris, maybe
restate
you
the question.
can run the question again, please.
Have you seen headlights from vehicles flush sandhill cranes into power lines?
Asked and answered. He already answered that question. If she wants to ask a different question, that's fine.
I think you've already asked that question. Ms. Morris, are you thinking about this a different way?
I am thinking about it in which, can I maybe step back and ask Dr. Ivy, you said that you've only seen 2 birds flush into a power line. And I should not have assumed this, but in both instances, I was assuming that you meant that they perished when they were flushed into the power lines the 2 times. Is that an accurate or inaccurate assumption on my part?
No, the one in Brawley was not killed. It was injured, but you
Okay.
could see it. It wasn't killed directly. The other one was electrocuted instantly.
Okay. And let's focus on that. That was the one on Staten Island, correct?
Yes.
And what activity was occurring that caused the collision?
I don't know what flushed that flock, but I saw them flying by and saw the bird hit the line.
And let's go to FSL 47, pages 8 to 9. Oh, sorry, I might be getting ahead of myself here. Paragraph 18, which is on page 9, lines 24 to 28. In this provision, in this paragraph, you're criticizing Bio 33.2, correct?
Yes.
And Bio 33 is only, well, do you know whether Bio 33 is only one component of the project's broader crane avoidance and mitigation framework?
I don't recall whether that's true or not.
So as you sit here today, do you believe that the only mitigation measure as it relates to crane avoidance and mitigation is Bio 33.2?
No.
So you're aware that there are other components
Yes.
of the crane avoidance. Okay. And so the FEI, you would agree that the FEIR does not rely solely on the early establishment of construction activities shown in Bio 33.2 in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And the Delta Conveyance project also includes habitat mitigation and compensatory mitigation measures intended to address temporary and permanent habitat impacts, correct?
Yes.
And so this criticism in paragraph 18 is directed specifically at the timing measure rather than the entirety of the project's mitigation program in paragraph 18.
Yes, that was the point of my discussion there, that providing disturbance before they get there doesn't necessarily protect them from the disturbance when they get there. Noise disturbance. That's my point.
But would you agree that this timing provision was intended to function as a component of a broader avoidance, minimization, and mitigation strategy rather than a sole measure addressing crane impacts?
Yeah, I don't think I ever said it was their sole mitigation.
And looking at page 13 of your testimony, lines 1 to 3. The first full sentence, do you see flushing of cranes? Do you see that sentence?
Which line?
The first line 1 to 3, that sentence, flushing of cranes because of construction disturbances and other project activities would cause greater
Yeah.
sandhill cranes to strike unburied non-project lines is a potential take issue and a major concern.
Yes.
Is that statement true for any project with construction-related disturbances that is conducted within 6 miles of greater sandhill crane roost sites?
Objection vague.
I'll
think you
allow
would
the
have
question,
to-
but Dr. Ivy, if you need more information, please let us know.
That statement is true pretty much anywhere in the crane landscape. If a project or any other disturbance causes them to flush, they could strike non-project lines.
Are you aware whether construction-related projects have been conducted within and adjacent to agricultural fields within the winter crane use area in the past year between September 15th through March 15th?
No, I'm not.
I wanted just to root us in your testimony on page 12, paragraphs 25 and 26. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, just looking at this. I think I need a better citation. So let's look at paragraph 35 of your testimony, which is on page 15. I wanted to ask you on line 6, how you define the sandhill crane use area.
If I were going to, during my research for my PhD, I marked approximately 30 greater sandhill cranes and approximately 45 lesser sandhill cranes and studied their use of landscapes and their foraging flight distances. And so it was a limited sample, 30 birds from what we know. I'm sure we missed some of the outliers of cranes that actually fly further than that. It's their flight distances are related to their energetics. Heavier body birds like graders, it costs them more energy to fly further. And there's a trade-off between using too much energy and how much food you get back. So that limits their flight. So I would define the crane landscape as, the distance cranes reach in the foraging flights.
Okay, but you don't use the word crane landscape. I specifically asked about line 6. What is entire sandhill crane use area? That's what I'm trying to understand, your definition of
Well,
that.
that's in my mind synonymous with the crane landscape. The fields that they have the ability to reach during their daily flights to forage, which are further than 3 miles for greater sandhill cranes and further than 6 miles for lesser sandhill cranes.
Let's look at your paragraph 14, paragraph 32 on page 14, sorry. But actually, sorry, I do need to go back on this entire Sandhill Crane area, because in essence, you're stating here that DWR should either bury or mark all lines within the entire Sandhill Crane use area. Is it your testimony that even if there are no project impacts near roost sites or foraging sites, that DWR should mark or bury those lines?
Objection vague. What do you mean by you haven't defined project impacts?
I'm just asking, I'm reading from his testimony and trying to understand what he's saying, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
No, I think I want to allow the question, but I do. It's a good question. Will you run it again, Ms. Morris, please?
You state these events would result in take by project activities, and DWR should plan on minimizing this by either burying lines where feasible or effectively marking all lines within the entire Sandhill Crane use area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And my question is it your opinion that even if there are no construction activities near or around foraging or roosting sites, but those are within the Sandhill Crane use area, the DWR should be responsible for burying or marking those lines?
Objection vague. What's near or around?
I'll allow the question, Dr. Ivy. You can caveat that as you see fit, or you can say you can't answer because it's not sufficiently specific. I'll leave that to your expertise.
Could you state the question one more time, please?
My question is it your opinion that even if there are no construction activities near or around foraging or roosting sites, but they are within the Sandhill Crane use area, DWR should be responsible for burying or marking those lines?
Maybe I misstated this in my testimony, that the whole crane landscape, but any area that has the potential for project impacts, the DWR addresses the lines that are part of the project. It doesn't address the non-project lines, which are a threat to sandhill cranes. Construction disturbance and other activities could cause power line strikes within that disturbance landscape by the project. And so that's where I was trying to get at. They need to mark the non-project lines as well to avoid take or minimize take. I don't think they're ever going to avoid take personally, because markers are not 100% effective.
Is it your opinion that near ultralight diverters are more effective because they light up at night?
Yes.
And Dr. Ivy, in paragraph 32 of your testimony on page 4, lines 11 through 13, you cite Brown et al. To criticize the FER's conclusion that placing new lines within the same vertical prism would not increase mortality risk for sandhill cranes, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could pull up FSL 29, which should be Brown et al. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, before you do that, maybe just for efficiency purposes, we'll try this too. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about this. Immediately after the discussion we just discussed, you cite, after the testimony we just discussed, you cite Brown et al. For the proposition that mortalities increased when an additional line span was added, correct? And that's on lines 13 to 14.
Yes.
Okay. And so you're offering Brown et al. As support for your disagreement with the FEIR's conclusion that same vertical prism would not cause more collision with power lines, correct?
I'm offering that, plus the fact that there's been no research showing otherwise. That co-located lines are more visible to cranes. There's no data or research on that issue.
And can we, well, as we're pulling up FSL 29, that paper did not evaluate the Franklin Boulevard configuration specifically, correct?
No, it was in Colorado.
And Brown et al. Also did not evaluate adding lines at the same height, correct?
I don't recall. I'd have to
Okay.
read.
Let's pull it up. Um, in Brown et al., the experiment was to evaluate reducing crane strikes by removing the static wire, correct? And if we need to, I can pull it up. It's on page 3 of this document in the second paragraph. Do you see that in the second paragraph?
I'm reading it. I see that.
And the paper defines the static wire as the non-conducting topmost wire on a power line, correct?
Yes.
And the static wire evaluated in the Brown paper was located above the conductor wires, not co-located within the same vertical prism as the conductor wires, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And in the same paragraph 2, Brown further explains that the static wire is normally smaller than the conductor wires, correct?
It says that, yes.
In fact, the paper states the static wire appears to be the wire most struck by birds in flight, correct?
Yes.
And so the Brown study specifically examined whether the collisions were associated with the static wire, which is smaller and less visible than the wire most often struck by birds in flight, correct?
Could you restate that?
The Brown paper specifically examined whether collisions were associated with the static wire, which the paper describes as the smaller, less visible, and the wire most often struck by birds in flight, correct?
In this paragraph, it defines that, but they looked at strikes at all the lines.
And in this study, Brown experimentally removed portions of the static wire to evaluate whether collision frequency changed, correct?
I believe so.
And would you agree that co-locating at the same height would be different than the static wire, which is located above the thicker lines in the Brown study?
I agree that's different, yes.
Okay. Is this a good time to end? I'm going to change to another subject and then pull up, get 1172, which I think has now been added, but
It's there, yes.
okay.
We have it. Were you asking if it was a good time to break for lunch? Yes, we can do that. And
Great.
then do you have, Ms. Morris, do you have, just for all of us to know, an estimate of how much more you have for this panel?
Yeah.
I will not hold you to it, I promise.
I think maybe less than 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes more.
Okay. Thank you. As I indicated, the intent will be to take a full hour for lunch, but before we break, are there any other items we should address? Then thank you, Mr. Worth and Dr. Ivy, for sticking with us. We will see you again after lunch. I will see you all at 12:51.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And it looks like we have Dr. Ivy, Mr. Worth. Uh-oh, you're flipping around. There's Ms. Meserve and Ms. Morris. So with that, I think back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay. Just to reorient us all, I believe we were talking about FSL 47 and page 16, lines 6 to 10, regarding your testimony, Dr. Ivy, that it's arbitrary and inadequate to cite new foraging habitat within 2 miles of created DCP roost sites. Do you recall that it's what we were discussing?
Yes.
And if we could pull up what has been marked as DWR 1172. It's 580 pages, so it might just be taking a
Take a
moment
moment. Yeah, okay.
to load up or. And while that's loading, I had asked you, Dr. Ivy, if you did provide public comment on the draft EIR for the DCP, and I believe you said you did not.
Yeah, I don't recall doing that, but apparently you have some evidence that I did. So I may have done that with another group. I don't remember.
Okay, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just trying to look at a specific comment. So this is a comment letter that was.
Excuse me, sorry, I actually can't get this document online yet. I'm in DWR's folder.
It's there. I was able to download it. I mean, I was able to open it from the FTP.
You were,
AHO party hearing exhibits. Sometimes if you just type in 1172, it'll be easier to find. Sometimes the numbering makes it more difficult, but I've confirmed it was there.
okay, it's marked Environmental Council of Sacramento et al.
Yeah, DWR underscore 01172 underscore.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if we proceed?
Yes.
Okay. This is a Delta comment letter that was transmitted it appears to be by ECOS. Do you see under attachments, do you see where it says Gary Ivy comments on Delta Conveyance Project DEIR?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll to page 2 of this document. And do you see that this is the a comment letter dated December 16th, 2022 that was referenced in the email?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
Do you see that this is the comment letter that's referenced in the email that dated that above, and the comment letter is dated December 16th, 2022.
I see the date and I see the letter.
And the letter's quite long. If we could go to PDF page 40 and scroll down, do you see that this appears to be signatories to the letter?
Yes, it does.
And if you scroll down one more page, do you see that you were CC'd, your email address, ivy@Saving Cranes?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to go to PDF page 349. Sorry, I should orient us before we go there. So 347. Sorry, Miss Mullen. And are you familiar with this memo that was referenced and attached to the comment letter and shown on this page? Dr. Ivy?
Yeah, I don't recall this particular letter because I've been involved with so many different iterations of the Bay Delta plan and Twin Tunnel and water fix, and now it's current program. So, but I see that's from me, yes.
Okay, and it's titled My Comments on the Delta Conveyance Project Public Draft Environmental Impact Report, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and if we could go specifically to page 349 at the bottom of the page. Do you see that you're making a comment here on Appendix 3F, page 3F 1-7 CMP 18B?
Yes,
And that the language that you cited, you quoted, it says this foraging habitat will be within 2 miles of known roost sites and will consider sea level rise and so on and so forth. Do you see that?
yes,
And then you appear to make the recommendation that the protected foraging habitat should be within 2 miles of new project roost sites to maximize the benefits of the new roost sites. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay. And then if we can please, are you aware if the EIR was revised to address your concerns?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's do two things. If we could please pull up AHO 1246. And Dr. Ivy, this is comments and responses to comments that were made, the responses by DWR. And if we could go to PDF page 30. And do you see here on where it says 564-1?
I see that.
Do you see that those are the groups that were presented the comment letter that we were just looking at?
Yes,
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 113 of this exhibit. And looking at the first box where it has comment number 564-68 under the comment, do you see the comment that we just looked at that you made from the comment letter?
yes, I do.
And looking at the column entitled response, do you see that DWR revised CMP 18B to protect foraging habitat within 2 miles of the new project roost sites?
I see that.
Okay. And then if we could also pull up AHO 1013. And this is of attachment 3F1 that has the compensatory mitigation design parameters. Have you reviewed this document?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And if we could please go to PDF page 7 and scroll down to CMP 18 B. And do you see in the final EIR that your recommended change was taken and that the foraging habitat was going to be located within 2 miles of the new project roost sites?
I do see that.
and also that it would consider sea level rise and local seasonal flood events and the location of foraging habitat loss.
Yes.
So would you agree that DWR made changes from your recommendation to be consistent with that recommendation and locate not from existing known roost sites, but to the new roost sites?
Yes, I believe my concern that I expressed was that, there's talk about putting the new roost sites on Bolden Island. And that's kind of an emphasis in the planning document, and that doesn't account for a lot of the cranes around the delta that might be impacted that aren't near Bolden.
And did you review Ms. Gardner's testimony regarding where mitigation was going to be located in her rebuttal testimony?
I did.
At this point, I used the time and cut my questions down. So thank you very much, Mr. Worth and Dr. Ivy. At this time, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look. I don't recall that others had questions for this panel, but I will look to the room. Are there other questions for this panel? Then with that, I will look to you, Ms. Meserve. Do you have redirect for these witnesses?
Yes, I have a few questions on redirect. I guess I'll just start with Dr. Ivy in that last question around the new roost sites. I just want to make sure you were able to explain what your concern was fully with the recommendation you made, and whether it actually addressed your full concern with the impacts.
Is it possible to pull up my statement about that in my testimony?
Yes, so that would be at FSL 47, and then I was having trouble actually tracking where this keyed from your testimony, but Ms. Morris was allowed to ask about it. But where, do you remember which paragraph that would be?
It's on page 16, lines 6 to 10, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, my main point there was that you can't just mitigate in one site in the delta and expect that to benefit the cranes that are being impacted. And I don't remember all the project details around Bolden Island, but I don't think there's any impacts, major impacts from the project there on Bolden. So if they're displacing cranes up at Stone Lakes, they need to mitigate up at Stone Lakes or wherever the impacts are in the delta. That was the point I was trying to make.
And so your concern would be that providing the 2 miles, the 2 mile provision that was just pointed out to you in CMP.
That, if you're going to focus on conservation or mitigation, it should be as close to the roost sites as possible. The new roosts, but the point here is, where are those new roosts, and are they taking care of the cranes that are impacted by the project? So the 2 miles is valid because it's going to focus on areas that are more likely to be used by cranes, and further flight distances for graders in particular. They're going to use 1 mile, but better yet, if you could find the conservation habitat in a 1 mile radius, cranes would use those more likely than the ones out at 2 miles. The further you get, the less likely they are to benefit the cranes.
But your concern was that the mitigation should be close to the area of impact was also.
Yes, that's the point I was trying to make with this.
Thank you. You were also asked about the CMP for the greater sandhill crane and the lesser sandhill crane and the acreages.
did you have concerns with, and you had mentioned that you were concerned that the acreages didn't seem like they were big enough. Can you further explain that concern?
Well, if it did an analysis at 3 miles for the graders and then the same analysis of habitat impacts at 6 miles, how can the difference only be 10 additional acres of impact? It doesn't make sense. The math doesn't seem to make sense.
Okay. And we could I think we could take down this exhibit for right now. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Let's see, Dr. Ivy, also, you were asked also about your experience leading tours with the Sandhill Crane Festival and whether you had observed cranes flushing as a result of the bird watching activities. And I was wondering if you could explain, based on your experience with the Crane Festival and also your understanding of the proposed DCP construction activities, whether the festival activities are, in your opinion, in any way equivalent to the activities that you might expect to occur with respect to the DCP construction activities.
They're not anywhere similar. The tours, most of the tours are van tours. Some of them are caravans where several cars are following along, and we have ways of communicating through headphones to the different cars. But we only stop and get out in a few places along the way. And when I lead the tours, I'm careful that we don't disturb the cranes. And it's rare that cranes will flush, but they will sometimes. But some of that flushing may be due to the fact they're getting ready to shift from feeding in the morning to flying back to water. They do in midday. And viewing the roost sites, the cranes are, because the people are there at the roost sites before the cranes arrive, they come in and land about 1/8 of a mile back usually. And it's rare that there's any disturbance as opposed to vehicles and loud noise. That's a different situation because these aren't loud vehicles and their tours are very slow traveling. People try to be quiet. The tour guides ask them to be quiet. There's have special tours at the North Eisenberg Crane Reserve where they do morning and evening roost flyouts, and they've got a facility there with a big blind. And if it's in the morning, people drive in there about 45 minutes before sunrise and with their headlights dimmed and pull into the lot backwards so they don't beam the cranes, because headlights flush cranes. And they sit quietly and wait for the cranes to fly off, and their cranes are usually still about 1/8 of a mile out. They're rarely very close to the blind. The birds know the blind's there and they know people are there. Anyway, I don't see any similarities between construction disturbance and tourism.
Would the duration of the disturbance be pretty significantly different in your opinion as well?
Well, the festival is just a 4-day thing. It's usually 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday tours. And so it's kind of a one-time seasonal event. There are bird watchers and photographers that are down there all winter, but they're pretty much individuals on their own. And there are some aggressive photographers that tend to flush cranes because they want to get closer for photos, and that's really not allowed. They're trespassing when they do that. But there's no parallels between that and construction disturbance.
And you were also asked about your experience seeing cranes fly into power lines, which you had twice. Approximately how many dead cranes have you observed under power lines?
In my career, about 50. But my experience, and we had a couple of our marked, one lesser and one greater birds. And then my study in the Delta, we had 2 of them that a couple of days after they were marked, we found the radios buried and they were killed by coyotes. And coyotes tend to hunt cranes at night because cranes can't see well, and they wade out in the water and they flush flocks at night. So that's when they hit power lines usually. But those 2 cranes that I found the radios of, I'm pretty sure they were killed by flushing into a power line, but the coyotes drug the carcasses away and buried the radios, and one of them's the leg of the radio, one just the radio. They hid all the evidence, and it wasn't apparent that there was a dead crane. So I think a lot of cranes get killed at night, and nobody knows because the predators scavenge them. And I personally believe that coyotes, as a pack, will try to flush cranes in the power lines at night because they figured out that works. You can catch a crane if he's under a power line pretty quick, and then they hauled those birds away from the roost sites. Both those birds I'm talking about that were radioed, and just found the radio. It found no feathers or other evidence. So I don't know what they did with wherever they consumed the crane carcass. But if you look at the Platte River studies where they've had more intense nighttime monitoring, and there's a lot more cranes on the Platte River spring staging area, about 1 million birds peak there. But they lose several hundred cranes a year, and they're mostly hitting the lines at night, probably flushed by coyotes or raccoons on the river. So it's probably I'm sure it's the major unnatural mortality factors for adult cranes. And juveniles are much more susceptible to power line strikes than the adults. So it's a big factor. Hard to measure.
And you were also questioned about your reference to the Brown study in the context of co-location of power lines that's proposed for this project. Could you explain why you said that mortality increased when an additional line was added?
Can we pull up that study?
Sure. Ms. Mullen, that's FSL 29.
I don't know what PDF page it is, but it's page 131 in the document. That's their page numbers, which start, it's about 8 pages down, I think, the last paragraph.
I think it may be PDF page 4 at
It's
the
the
bottom.
page, it's right above that page there, the bottom of that page. Okay, right there. So their study, they looked at these power lines. They did a couple years, as I understand, looking at crane strikes on these power lines, and then they found that those static wires were getting most of the apparently lines with the static wires were killing more cranes. And so they removed some of the static wires. So there are fewer wires in the air, and the crane mortality rates declined. And then later they tried another experiment where they replaced static wires with thicker static wires, assuming they'd be more visible. And when they add another line to that system, strikes increased again. So that's the basis of my statement, that they had more strikes with more lines in the up in the air there. It makes sense. Cranes are less likely to hit a single line, even though it may be less visible than they are to hit multiple lines. It doesn't make sense to me that just co-locating them would reduce risk. It's unproven with that assumption by DWR.
Okay, and had a couple other questions for Mr. Wirt. Let's see. There was quite a few questions about your opinion regarding the lack of surveys of the proposed project area. And just to clarify for the record, what is your concern with respect to the lack of surveys for wildlife as described in the EIR for the DCP?
It's that they weren't adequate to determine if species weren't there. So not having access to private property, it's problematic, but you can look from the sideline over fences. But it's a relatively high bar to demonstrate that an animal is in fact not present, a species is not present. So I didn't feel that the amount of surveys were anywhere near adequate to determine absence. And I agree with Dr. Smallwood that in that case, one should consider that the species is present, basically present until proven otherwise, would be the stance.
And with respect to the access, is it your understanding from being in the local area that you could likely gather information from public vantage points?
Yeah, for sure. For some avian species in particular, but for smaller species, amphibians, reptiles, it might be more difficult. because they're small, difficult to see at a distance. But yeah, for some species, yes. Larger
And
species.
if you weren't able to gather the evidence, would your recommendation be that the species should be assumed to be present?
Yeah, they're present unless proven otherwise.
And why did you confer with Dr. Smallwood regarding your rebuttal?
Well, the main
Objection outside the scope. Again, I think this is inappropriate. If Dr. Smallwood is not going to appear to defend his own testimony, this is hearsay, and this should not be allowed.
Is that the same
Well-
objection that Ms. Meserve? Right,
Well,
I'm-
Ms. Morris asked about Mr. Smallwood quite a bit, and Mr. Worth answered questions about it. So I just have one question, and that was it about the Smallwood interaction.
I'm
I
going
agree
to,
with the objection about hearsay.
hearsay objection. Yes, no, that's.
But I didn't ask what he said. I said, why did Mr. Worth confer with Dr. Smallwood?
And my question was, why didn't Dr. Smallwood, why are you rebutting Dr. Smallwood's testimony? That's the only question I asked in regards to anything related to Dr. Smallwood.
I'm going to allow the question because I think it will be important when I'm looking at this testimony in order to understand it, to understand the relationship between this testimony and Dr. Smallwood. And it's awkward. I'm not sure what we'll end up doing with it, but I will allow the question here. So please, Mr. Worth.
The reason why is that my effort was to create misunderstandings that I believed were held in the rebuttal testimony. And I just wanted to be sure that I also wasn't misunderstanding something that he said. So I asked him, would you review this and make sure I didn't misunderstand your points?
Thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, could we please take a look at AHO 112, which is an appendix to the EIR chapter on biological resources.
Objection outside the scope.
This has the core reserve area map that Mr. Worth was questioned on, that was in Dr. Smallwood's testimony and referenced in Mr. Worth's testimony. So I'm just trying to clarify an issue that came up in the cross. If we go to page 13, I think you'll see that it's the same map. Hopefully you wouldn't have an objection.
And I can't tell if this is the same map or not because it's excerpted in the testimony presented. The map that was excerpted doesn't have a red line. It's not this large.
The citation is within Dr. Smallwood's testimony, so I don't know what else I can do, but may I go ahead and ask the question?
Well, so just for me, the citation in Dr. Smallwood's testimony is to, what is it? Will you just remind me what we're looking at, Ms. Meserve?
This is the
I actually just meant the citation. This is what exhibit and what tape. Please. Sorry, I wasn't clear.
This is AHO 112, and then it's FEIR figure 13E5 is what's referenced in Dr. Smallwood's testimony on page 20. He had just taken this same map and blown it up, and then he drew a blue line on top of it. Was the only difference.
And we're looking at this version now because it's more clear to me, but are there other reasons because of the
And I would just object that the measurements with the ruler that Mr. Worth did were not from this document. They were, he said, from the smaller version that Dr. Smallwood extracted and was attached to his testimony.
Right. No, understood, Ms. Morris, and we'll see what the question is. But just so I understand, Ms. Meserve, why have you elected to have us look at this map? Just give me a heads up by this version.
I guess I just was going to ask Mr. Worth, looking at the original map that was the basis for Dr. Smallwood's excerpted map, does this change your opinion about the concern regarding the proposed Twin Cities complex being a blockage of the green core reserve area shown in the map?
All right, I will allow that question, please,
It
Mr.
does
Worth.
not. If you look at species trying to move to the east over Highway 5, this would be the route that they would have to take. So you've got the yellow corridor off to the east and trying to connect species from, say, Clarksburg, parts of Stone Lakes, as they cross over and travel down that core reserve area and then take a turn to the east. That zone right there, that bottleneck would be narrower with the Stone Lakes project. And I know there was a lot of maybe
Excuse me,
almost
with the what project?
with the Twin Cities complex put there.
Hmm.
I know there was a lot of potential consternation, or maybe even some felt it humorous that I measured the size of that complex in relation to the bottleneck. But I was making a very, very simple point, and that is that bottleneck is being constricted right there. And I will note that I didn't say it was X percentage. I said it was X percentage to X percentage. I gave it a fairly wide latitude. And the only point I was trying to make is you've got a bottleneck, and that bottleneck is being made even tighter. And you can see that in the map right there. You want to connect species to that green corridor to the east. You can see the only way to do it is through that area where the Twin Cities complex is. So it's a fairly high level comment. And the measurement was just to give it some context. It's significant. You can see it on the map. The fact you can see it makes it significant. And it's, 5 to 6 times the width of that bottleneck. 5 to 7 times the width of that bottleneck. 1/5 to 1/7, sorry, 1/5 to 1/7 the width of that bottleneck. So it's concerning. It's a high level issue of concern.
And then right where the Twin Cities complex is marked on this map, that's where the Dearson overpass is as well?
Nearby, yes. And that particular road is not a road that is used by regular commuters, has very little traffic, just localized farm traffic. So in terms of a potential connectivity point, that would be an unusually good one, given the other options.
Thank you. We can take this down, thank you. And then you were also asked with respect to paragraph 27 of your testimony about your concern with respect to the transmission lines at Franklin Boulevard. And just to clarify, what was your concern in terms of those transmission lines?
It actually wasn't brought up as a specific concern for the transmission lines. It was brought up as an observation that unmarked lines near a construction site weren't listed as a potential concern. And here's an example where you have the Twin Cities complex, you have transmission lines nearby, you're going to be having construction activities, birds could be flushed, there's some lines right there. So it was brought up in the context of conservation, and I was a little bit surprised, if not a lot surprised, that it wasn't considered in our broader concern, which was in the context of construction and flushing.
And there would also be trucks traveling from the proposed concrete batch plants at Lambert Road down to the Twin Cities site as well?
Objection outside the scope of cross-examination and the testimony, quite frankly.
Will you please connect this, Ms. Meserve?
I think I was just trying to let him explain what the activity along Franklin Road was that he would be concerned about, since he was questioned about that and pointed toward the airport, and it was actually about the proposed project activities was what we were concerned about.
The testimony he states very specifically on line 7 is building and operating Twin Cities complex. It doesn't have any connection, nor did he say anything about another facility on Lambert.
But you have to bring concrete to the Twin Cities complex.
Look, I'll allow the question. You'll get your chance, Ms. Morris, to follow up, but let's go ahead and get through this. Ms. Meserve, you may need to present the question again.
Would part of your concern include the cement truck traffic from the proposed batch plant at Lambert Road coming down Franklin to the Twin Cities complex?
Yes.
Let's see. And is it your understanding that the acreage of the Twin Cities complex is 586 acres?
Yeah, I didn't remember, but I
prior testimony.
That's what redirect is for.
Yes. So I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Worth.
I did not remember for sure, so I looked it up, and yes, it is, which means that my original calculations were inaccurate in terms of the amount of habitat that would be removed from the water delivery area and for the overall eco plan area. Should be 1.47 and 3.46. And I would still say that is significant given the fact that historically there was an enormous amount more land available than there is now. We're already working with a vestige. This is a percentage of a vestige. As a result, it's significant.
And now that we've seen that, if we confirm that there is a map there in the testimony, we will submit a errata. Apologize for that. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up?
Just briefly, Dr. Ivy, do you recall Ms. Meserve asking how many cranes you found under power lines?
Yes.
And you said 50?
That's an estimate, yes.
And you mentioned 2 were in the Delta, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, I'm trying to understand. You did mention 2. Let me rephrase the question.
I saw 2 strike the power lines. One was down at Brawley, which is Salton Sea area, Imperial County. The other one was at Staten Island, but I found several in the Delta underlines over the years. Not just 2, probably about a dozen.
A dozen. Okay. But you did speak about 2 in your response to Ms. Meserve's questions because you testified that you had marked 2.
Oh, those 2, yes. Those were from my study. I didn't see them strike the power lines, but I just assumed that's how they got killed by coyotes. Because they were killed at night. I found them after checking on them the day before. We check the radio birds every day. They were alive, out foraging, and these are about 2 months apart, these 2 birds. But we just found the bird radio in one case, and the other one, they buried the leg that had the radio on it, and just the rest of the bird was not there.
Okay.
But that's evidence of power line kills in my mind, because I don't know how else they would have got them.
Okay, but you stated that in response to being found under power line, but you didn't in fact find those 2 under the power line.
No, they were buried, as I stated. Those radios, that's the only evidence I could find of them. But my point was that a lot of birds that hit the lines get taken away by predators at night and no one finds them.
And are you aware of how much construction under this project will occur, whether or not construction will occur in nighttime hours for the Delta Conveyance project?
Very little, if any.
I want to pull up, do you recall Ms. Meserve asking you about the brown paper or study?
Yes.
And if we could pull up FSL 29 again. And we should be on the right page. You directed Ms. Meserve to this page.
Yes.
And I believe you were making the point that, well, actually, can you direct me to the language in this paragraph that you were talking specifically about in response to Ms. Meserve's question?
Okay, hang on. Okay, after they remove the static wire, strikes decline substantially for the next fall and spring. When they replace the static wire, the next fall, strikes increased. So when there are fewer lines, this is my point, when there were fewer lines, bird strikes went down, and when there were more, even though one was above the others, bird strikes went back up.
And so when they removed the experimental line, there was, and then re-added it, there were more strikes, but that static wire, once it was replaced, was still higher than the other wires, correct?
That's true. That's true.
I do not have any further questions. Thank you so much again, Dr. Ivy and Mr. Worth, for answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Worth, and thank you, Dr. Ivy. I very much appreciate your time and your testimony today and answering all of the questions, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
And with that, I will look to you, Ms. Meserve. We have Mr. Cosio. Is that right?
That's right. Gonna keep rolling here. I believe he's ready. I need to
Yep.
switch out my binder.
Sure. No. Do you need 5 minutes, or can we keep rolling here?
I
Okay.
think we can keep going.
All right. First, I welcome Mr. Cosio. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
And my understanding is that you've previously testified in this proceeding. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes. Yes.
And do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing at that time?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Then with that, when you are ready, Ms. Meserve, we can proceed.
All right.
Hey, Osha.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon.
I've been watching
Days
all
go
my-
by.
All right. Let's get into some different topics here. Let's see. Well, so we've already testified in our case in chief. So we do have your resume is in land 3, right, Mr. Cosio?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is there anything we should know that's an update to that, or is it pretty much?
No, it's pretty much the same. Hasn't really changed.
Okay. And then is land 19 a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And then exhibits land 21 through 25 were the new exhibits and references that were cited in your testimony?
Yes.
And then we have your PowerPoint summary is land 20, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I think Ms. Mullen, if we could go ahead and pull up land 20, Mr. Cosio can go ahead and summarize it.
So what I'm going to discuss today of my rebuttal testimony are several points. One, that the tunnel moat created by the excavation of the tunnel is going to create a permanent blight on the landscape and reduce groundwater infiltration. Talk a little bit about the site, what it's going to look like, and then how that impacts the area. The next thing I wanted to talk about would be the levels of subsidence along the California aqueduct, more specifically the San Luis Canal. That would limit the benefits of the tunnel project and its ability to get water to all the parties south of the Delta. And then I want to talk about some of the seismic issues that DWR attributes to eliminating through Delta facilities as an alternative, yet the information they provide does not prove anything about the ability to, one, existing system resisting earthquakes or improvements to the existing system resisting earthquakes. So I want to talk a little bit about that and some of the assumptions DWR makes that are not correct. And then finally, just talk about the construction water demand when you're mixing concrete and spraying down roads for dust control and that sort of thing. You use a lot of water. And just mention that what we estimated, what we don't know, and just to compare that to the fact that DWR didn't really account for that that potential water use. So if I can have the next slide, please. So the tunnel muck, we've talked about tunnel muck for a lot of years. It's the excavation is going to be coming out of the tunnels. It's going to create a massive quantity of muck, over 9 million cubic yards. About 4.9 million will be up at the Twin Cities site, and 4.4 will be down at the Roberts Island site. There's more muck than that, but that's being reused by DWR for some of the improvements around the shafts and that sort of thing. The reusability of the muck material, although it was originally advertised as being something that could really benefit levees, the only thing consistent in the Delta is that the dirt that comes from underground is inconsistent. And that has a lot to do with the fact that, we've had sea level rise occurring for 15,000 years. 15,000 years ago, the shoreline was out at the Farallon Islands. And so as that water kind of comes up through sea level rise, different things happen in the Delta. Originally, it was more of a riverine area. And so we get a lot of gravels and sands and that sort of thing. And then as we finally hit the tidal influence, then things start settling out, the fines, the silts and clays and that sort of thing. And we get some of our, more recent growth, such as tules and that sort of thing that is, has deposited a lot in the Delta to the point where it's an issue that we're not going to talk about today, and that's a subsidence issue of the land. And then also the two disposal sites, we've been around both of those before as far as working on levees, and they're way too far from where the material has to be used. Like I mentioned, this peat depth and some of the issues, that's where the peat's located is where we have to do a lot of levee work. Yet that's in the central Delta. And these two disposal sites, one, Twin Cities is way in the North Delta, and then two, Roberts, it's in the central Delta, but to get it to the areas of the deeper peat, you'd have to get back to Highway 4 and come back around that part of the Delta, or get up to Stockton and come up to Highway 12. And that's just a long way to go. And if we have to work on levees, there's cheaper ways of getting dirt. I can talk about those later if needed, but so those are the two issues as far as the muck disposal and location. And then, as was talked about in some of the previous testimony, because if we don't use all this muck material, it's going to be sitting there forever or whatever. So that could be a permanent disposal area on the Delta landscape. And then finally, the permanent disposal, if it does happen, would create a massive blight and foreclose other land uses, which I think you've talked about a lot in this last panel. So that's another issue. Next item, please. So DWR talks about the tunnel muck, how it's placed, and it's to be put into the permanent storage, will be stacked in lifts. And then as you stack this material in lifts, it's going to be compacted. And that's not my word, that's the word that DWR uses in its description of these tunnel disposal areas. And so as it gets compacted, you're taking some of these soils like clays that are very moldable and sealing up the porosity that might be involved in the different layers by cutting off the areas where clay is located and keeping the water from infiltrating through the clay into the other soils and then eventually into the groundwater below the existing ground. And then also the tunnel muck will probably be mixed with bentonite clay because that's what they're using to slurry some of the material that comes out of the tunnels. And that bentonite clay is really just a real fine, powdery, expansive clay. And so by putting that bentonite in this mound of material, you're essentially sealing it off even more. We've actually used bentonite clay a lot on levees because if we get a seepage area where we have sand, a very cheap way of cutting off that seepage is to dig a trench into the sand and just sprinkle a little bit of clay or bentonite powder that when it expands, when it gets wet, it fills up the voids in the sand and it keeps the levee from leaking, which could prevent a levee failure. So I'm very well experienced in how that works. And so I'm a little bit concerned about the bentonite ending up in the muck pile. Next slide, please. As far as the existing levels of subsidence in the aqueduct, right now, as of 2023, when DWR did their study, there's a choke point down south of Check 17. And that choke point reduces the capacity of the design capacity of the channels by almost 50%, from like 12,000 CFS to 6,000 CFS. And then it actually changes as you go a little further south. And so that's a big issue of we're diverting water when it's available and the tunnel can operate, which is in the winter months. We're concerned that that water will not make it south of San Luis Reservoir because the loss of capacity is in the canal south of San Luis, and so that'll affect both the state and the Central Valley, State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. The reason we pull out winter months is because that's what's been used the last few years during the winter for DWR to advertise that they'd be able to divert this 900,000 acre feet of water if we had the tunnel during the winter, because they can't divert out of the Delta, South Delta, because of fisheries concerns and that sort of thing. So that's why we're concerned that they're going to have to divert during the winter, and that's when we had a big problem with the loss of capacity. And then the plans to divert water from the North Delta diversions fail to account for the acute checkpoint, depending on where else the water will be used. So one of the questions we've asked DWR people that have made presentations is, you said you can divert all this water during the winter. Did you actually check where you could actually store it? And the answer has been no, they hadn't checked it. And so that's the point we're trying to make here, is that you've got to put this through the test to show, yeah, we can store it here, we can store it in San Luis, we can go south, store it down there, to make sure that, you know, when they make statements that they can divert 900,000 acre feet in the winter, that they have somewhere to store it, because that's a lot of water. Next item, please. So this is just a quick little plot of the current diversions from the Delta, kind of long-term delivery averages, and then how they would compare to the baseline report. So right now you can see that current diversions, what's labeled as DCR 2023 plus 2023 levels of subsidence, is dropped quite a bit from the capacity or the baseline report, which is, if they had the capacity, that's where the water would be going. So I just wanted to show that and show you that when they have needs for more water, like in this case, it's in the summer, they can't get it there because of the subsidence. Next slide, please. So one of the arguments Delta people have had made for a lot of years is, why can't you consider continue through Delta conveyance? And the answer we've always gotten is that it was screened out because of the seismic issue and damage that will happen to the levee, so the risk is just too high. Which is interesting, because we've gone through a lot of these studies before, and as I explained in a few minutes here, there's a risk. One of the questions here is, why didn't you look at what it would take to reduce that risk to an acceptable value, or that would buy you a lot of benefits? Because that's the kind of stuff you have to do when you look at a project, you have to see, okay, what risk reduction, what's our best bang for the buck? And if we could spend $5 billion on levies and get a 3% of the risk reduced, that's huge as far as cost benefit ratio compared to it just ignoring it, which is what the DCP documents do. They just ignore the levies, which is interesting because up until my career, I followed a lot of these processes beginning in the early 90s. And every process, BDAC, BDOC, CalFed, all those, the first thing they did was work on the levies because they knew those are the easy things to do. We have information, all we need is dirt and money, and we can build these levies up to some acceptable value. What they didn't know is how much it would cost to build a peripheral canal or how much it would cost to build a tunnel like we're doing now. But they knew that was the low-hanging fruit. Let's do that first, reduce our risk, and then work on more long-term or other studies that might lead us to a tunnel or a canal. But then water fix and the DCP eliminated levies. Even BDCP had levies improvements in there. And the Corps of Engineers and some of their planning, even though they've never created a project in the Delta, looked at the fact that they knew the highest priority was to get water from the North Delta to the South Delta through the levee system. So they always assumed in some of their projects that would be done, that what they call the armored pathway would be built to make sure water safely moved from Walnut Grove at the Cross Canal down to the South Delta pumps through Old and Middle River Corridor. And so all the levees that protect that area from north to south, that would be improved. Anyway, I put in assumed seismic risks in this first PowerPoint or first items because DWR uses a lot of assumptions that are more subjective than they are actual data, which is interesting because some of these are not right. There's one assumption they make that these levees are vulnerable because back in 1983 there was an earthquake that caused a little damage here, kind of cracked the levee, and then 1990 there's an earthquake there that caused some cracks. But those are just kind of anecdotes. I worked for 3 out of the 4 islands they mentioned, and I worked on those levees. And one, if it was anything, it was just a crack. And 2, some of the areas that slipped or cracked were areas that were unstable just because of flood elevations, not the earthquake. And we've actually worked on those for a lot of years to stabilize those part of the levee. And a lot of the stabilization includes toe berms, which we know based on what DWR and the Corps of Engineers did in the 70s to come up with Bulletin 19282, toe berms do help resist earthquake loads. When Bulletin 192 came out, and then we started spending more money on levees after SB 34 in 1988, we actually asked the question to DWR, how do we best meet Bulletin 192 criteria? And we got a nice memo from Les Harder. Dr. Harder was with DWR at the time, and he explained how we built toe berms and this, that, and the other thing. At the very end of his report, he said, and we know that these toe berms do provide seismic resistance, but we haven't calculated it for Bulletin 19282. So there's a lot of actual information you can use out there. I think it was 2024, a couple of years ago, DWR, our Metropolitan Water District, submitted a study that looked at what it would take to come up with a new levee design, one that we knew incorporated all these features that we knew would resist seismic forces. And they came up with the fact that they could improve all the levees in the primary zone to this newer model of levee design for about $5 billion. And in that study, they also said, they ran it through a 200-year seismic event and a 500-year seismic event. And definitely the 200-year, there were no levee breaches. Seismic, depending on where you were and the tide, potentially could have been some overtubbing after the levee was deformed during an earthquake. But the bottom line was that $5 billion could actually buy down a lot of the risk for the water projects. So one of the things that they looked at in that study that DWR did not look at with the project we're looking at now is that the Delta Independent Science Board in 2016 had a workshop on seismicity and levees. And one of the key findings that was presented during that workshop was that the 2014 shaking up in the Napa earthquake, it was about a 6.0 earthquake, we actually had a lot of sensors in the Delta that measured the reaction in the Delta of that earthquake. And what it found was that instead of amplifying earthquake forces to the levees, this foundation in the Delta actually attenuated, which is a big change from what the Delta risk management strategy came up with in 2008, 2009, where they actually used amplification. And that's how they got all these levees being damaged in earthquakes, was because they estimated those forces would be amplified and fail these levees. But in reality, that study that the GS presented in 2016 at the DISB workshop was that no, the DREAM study estimated overestimated by up to 4 times the amount of force that actually would be put on these levees. And I noticed in reading some of the material that DWR submitted for this program, they cite a 2018 emergency plan in the Delta that DWR put together. And in asking questions about this 2016 finding, I've heard DWR personnel say, well, we did our last report in 2018, so it should have all the latest available science. And that's not true. If you actually look at the report that came out in 2018, the reference to earthquake seismicity and reaction is actually from the DREAM study of 2009. So just the fact they didn't use that in metropolitan area, I think made a big difference in the actual shaking that goes on. And then the design that they used, that Metropolitan used, kind of compensated for all that shaking by building the levees wider and higher and with a big toe berm. And then, as I mentioned, DWR may not be using the latest available science. The Delta Independent Science Board, several times, I know in their last comment letter to the latest EIR, mentioned that, hey, we've mentioned to you 2 or 3 times that you guys didn't really approach seismicity correctly. And in the recent hearings for the consistency finding for the tunnel, it was made apparent that DWR didn't think they had to. And so that's what we're criticizing here, that they should have looked at that seismic risk. Next slide, please. Then I just wanted to mention that it did not appear that DWR made any quantification of the construction water that would be used during construction of the project. Obviously, with a lot of concrete, you have water to mix in the concrete. The tunnel boring machine will probably use some water to slurry material in addition to the bentonite. There'll be dust control. You'll have to have water for fire suppression and road construction, and then vehicle washing and replacement water supplies for impacted residents and farms, should there be dewatering that impacts groundwater wells and that sort of thing. Next item, please. So in conclusion, the tunnel muck would create a permanent blight on the landscape, since we do not think that it'll all be used and will be left in place. It will reduce groundwater infiltration because of the way it's compacted, and the materials that come out contain clays that could really seal off a lot of the ability for water to penetrate to that 15-foot thick layer of material. And then the next thing is the loss of capacity in the California aqueduct would limit the benefits of the tunnel, so that needs to be looked at. And then the DWR did not do a risk analysis to identify that possibly the risk reduction produced by improving the current levee system of through Delta Conveyance would actually be very beneficial, and instead threw out the alternative because they immediately thought that the levees would be susceptible to the levee shaking that DREAMS and other studies had come up with. And then finally, the DWR did not account for the water demand that would be required for the whatever 13, 14 years of construction of going on and all the components that need some sort of water to complete the project. So that's all I have, and thank you for being able to present this.
Thank you, Mr. Cosio. I will look to the room. Ms. Morris, you are up again. It's once again a long day for you.
And maybe, hopefully we're gonna finish first, so you get me 4 times today. Good morning, Mr. Cosio, how are you?
It's still not morning, though.
Oh, right, yes, good afternoon. We established that.
We feel like it.
She'd rather be in Hawaii where it is still morning, so that's good.
It is Monday. That might be the issue. Is it your understanding that the project will reuse RTM for non-project uses such as on levees?
Well, it's going to have a pile of muck that we've been told could be used for levee material, but I'm just saying that I don't think it'd be acceptable for levee material.
Do you know whether or not the EIR assumes that RTM, or as you call it, tunnel muck, could be used or will be used for levees or non-project purposes?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could pull up your testimony, land 19, Ms. Mullen, please. And I would like to go to page 3. And looking at lines 2 through 6, you cite CCC3, which is the CER Appendix C6 reusable tunnel material, for the assertion that vertical sidewalls for the stockpiles were assumed, and therefore DWR would need to make the muck piles either higher or larger in area or both. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up CCC 3? And you're familiar with this document that you cited, Mr. Cosio, correct?
Right.
Okay, and then could we go to, I'm hoping this PDF pages are the same, 15? And then can we scroll down? And actually, I can see it's the top of this page. I think we need to go to, it should be a little bit higher. So I guess it was PDF page 14. There we go. And this is dealing with the permanent stockpiles, right?
Yes.
And do you see in the bottom of this page where it says these areas include a 5% allowance for working space and vehicle maneuvering?
Oh, yes, yes.
So because of the 5% allowance, doesn't this passage say that the stockpiles would not need to be made higher or larger in area than assumed?
I don't know. I didn't do a calculation to figure it out.
And if we could look, if we could go, well, do you have a copy of your testimony? Because I'm going to come back to this, but if not, I can pull it up for you. Ms. Mullen can pull it up for you.
I've got a copy in front of me.
Okay. I'm looking at page 3 in paragraph 5 on lines 11 through 13. And you state that the DCA concedes that bentonite may be mixed with the tunnel muck during drilling if slurry tunnel boring machines are used to condition the soil so that it flows more easily to facilitate removal. And you also cite to this document, correct?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 5 of this document. And do you see where you cited to the slurry tunnel boring machines? (3.4.2)?
Yes, yes.
And do you see that last line that states, once at the surface, the excavated excavated material would pass through a slurry screening plant to separate the RTM from the bentonite slurry, which would be reused in the excavation process?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the use of bentonite is only mentioned with respect to the slurry tunnel boring machine and not the earth pressure balance tunnel boring machine?
I guess so. I didn't really look at that part. Yeah.
Well, if you want to take a look at it now, would you agree that it doesn't mention anything about bentonite in the earth pressure balance tunnel boring machine?
Would it be possible, Ms. Mullen, to blow this up just a little bit? It's very small.
Thank you. I'm with you.
But we're looking at the paragraph above.
Well,
We're at
yeah,
earth-
up a little bit.
Yeah, 3.4. There you go. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Yes, I don't see it used, slurry used.
Okay. And if we could pull up what has we marked as DWR 1170 and Miss Mullen on the FTP site, there are two of them and they're the exact same documents, but one was not marked internally. So the one that we would like to pull up is the one that has a 0 before the 1170. So that's DWR 01170. Thank you. And this is the volume 1 of the Delta Conveyance Project Conceptual Engineering Report final draft, dated September 30th, 2024. Have you seen this document or reviewed it?
I've seen it. I don't know if I reviewed it or not. I'm trying to look at my list here.
Could we go to PDF page 43? And we might need to make this a little bigger under this. Do you see the section 4.1.3.3 tunnel boring methods?
Could have been a different page.
This is
It's
5.1.
Okay.
Oh, 5.1.3.3.
Yes.
Tunnel boring methods. Okay. And do you see after the first sentence where it says 2 basic types of pressurized TBM machines could potentially be utilized for the project? And it lists an earth pressure balance machine or a slurry machine?
Yes.
And do you see that based upon the anticipated geotechnical investigations along the tunnel alignments, the project assumed the use of the earth pressure balance machine?
Yes.
So that would not include the bentonite like that you are concerned about, like the slurry machines, correct?
Right. But the bentonite was just one issue I was concerned about. I was also concerned about the clay coming out of the material itself.
Okay. And can we go back to Mr. Cosio's testimony, land 19 on page 3, paragraph 6? And here you state, do you see the lines 22 through 24 when you're talking about repeated use of heavy equipment traversing muck piles?
Yes.
Okay. Assuming the permeability of the reusable tunnel material stockpile is reduced compared to native ground, as you have suggested, wouldn't precipitation and runoff falling on the stockpile flow off the stockpile and onto the adjacent ground surface?
I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be graded, and I don't know what the rest of the material consists of. I was just thinking of some of the materials inside the stockpile itself, so I don't know what would be running off.
Well, it either has to be absorbed through the stockpile or it has to run off, right?
Yes.
It has to be one or the other. So you don't have an opinion about which it will be?
Well, it's hard to say because we don't really know a whole lot about the dirt coming out of there and how they're going to grade it and slope it and that sort of thing. So it's kind of hard to come up with an actual conclusion on what's going to go where. My testimony was just that if we've got clay, bentonite, and and we start compacting, it won't penetrate. It might penetrate some of it, but it may not go all the way through. So it may not totally stop it, but it would heavily reduce the infiltration into the groundwater basin.
And if it does reduce the infiltration, it would have to run off to adjacent grounds, correct?
I assume so. I mean,
And then,
there'll be a certain amount of water inside the pile itself that would be stored there within the piled up material.
and if it did run off to adjacent ground, then it would be able to infiltrate the groundwater basin, correct?
It's possibly they'll go into ditches. I'm not sure where those ditches take that water.
And let's look at where did you see a description that it would run off from the stockpile into a ditch?
I didn't. I just assumed that there are ditches in that farm ground that would take water to wherever it goes. I'm not familiar with exactly where they are or what they dump into to drain rainwater, because it does drain off and get onto the county ditches and that sort of thing in that area.
Okay, but you're not suggesting that there are ditches associated with the reusable tunnel material stockpiles, correct?
I don't know. I don't know what the design was. I mean, I would think if it was running off, they'd want to control it somehow as if it did come off.
And let's go to page 5 of your testimony, paragraph 10.
Ms. Morris, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just was trying to make sure I had a copy of DWR 1170 in case I need it. I was looking in the DWR folder and I don't see it there, but it should be in there, right? That's not a new exhibit? Is that something you guys
No.
just uploaded or that's old?
No, it's new.
It's new.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not there. I want to make sure I can access it for purposes of redirect or things like that.
Maybe haven't moved it over yet, or
It's DWR 1110. That's what we're talking about.
1170. 1170.
1170.
The document the conceptual engineering report.
Let me check whether it's been moved over. It may not have been.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I was looking for the right number.
Okay, looking at this paragraph 10, I have some questions for you. Did you draft this statement? Ms. White admitted that she had no knowledge of any plan by DWR to address subsidence in the aqueduct. Did you draft that?
Yeah, that was based on some hearing transcript that I discussed with the attorneys.
Okay. And did you review the hearing transcript that you cited?
I can't recall. I don't have a copy of it. I know, but I can't recall what I looked at.
Is it fair to say that in your professional capacity, you've worked with DWR a fair amount?
Yes.
And would you agree that there are many divisions within DWR?
Yes.
And there are many departments within those divisions, correct?
Yes.
Would you expect Ms. White to have every detail in her head regarding all aspects of DWR?
I don't know. I don't know what her capacity is in that regard.
And let's go ahead and pull up, and sorry, Ms. Mullen, I know these are more difficult, but I want to pull up the citation and see if you actually reviewed this language or if you're just relying on a summary provided to you. It is volume 16 from May 27th, 2025. That's the DWR transcript. Okay, and if we could just scroll, or actually, you cite to, I want to go to page 124. And if we could scroll down a little bit. You cite for support of Miss White admitted that she had no knowledge of any plan to address by DWR to address subsidence in the aqueduct, lines 17 through 21. So if we could scroll down there. And do you see where it says, I can't speak to the details, I just don't have that information?
Yes.
Is that an admission that there's no plan by DWR?
Not necessarily, no.
And if we could scroll up to see what the actual question.
Objection misstates testimony. She said, the testimony says she had no knowledge of a plan. So what are you trying to get him to admit?
The statement says, I can't speak, that was cited, says, I can't speak to the details. I just don't have that information.
Right. She had no knowledge of a plan. So what's your question for Mr. Cosio?
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I don't think I misstated that. I read it. I think Ms. Meserve is misstating it.
And I don't know if we can repeat it back, but what I heard you ask, Ms. Morris, which I don't know that there's a problem with the question, but what I heard you ask was whether that was the same as admitting that DWR had no plan to address subsidence.
Yeah.
I did not hear the piece about knowledge. So I don't know which question you intended to ask, Ms. Morris. I think either might be fine as long as we're clear about what the question is. But now it sounds like there maybe is confusion. So
let me start with this.
Okay.
See, Mr. Cosio, that the question asked was not about a plan to address subsidence, but whether DWR has a cost estimate of what it would cost to prevent further subsidence at the California Aqueduct?
Yes.
And the response by Ms. White is, I can't speak to the details. I just don't have that information. Correct?
Yes.
Is that an admission by Ms. White that she had no knowledge of any plan by DWR to address subsidence in the aqueduct?
Not necessarily, no. But the fact is that she couldn't speak to the details. I didn't know exactly what that meant. I thought it meant the details of the plan, and she just didn't have the data, the actual cost.
But did you review this transcript to get, now that you've seen it, did you review?
Now that I've seen it, yeah.
Okay. But you agree the question was regarding cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cosio, did you do any research to see whether DWR has interim or long-term plan to address aqueduct subsidence?
Well, I know recently they made a presentation to the Metropolitan Water District. I did read some stories on that, yes.
Good, I want to talk about that. Mr. Cosio, do you know what the California Aqueduct Subsidence Program is?
Not in detail, no.
Do you know whether or not Ms. White is responsible for that program?
I do not know, no.
I'd like to pull up what we have marked and is in the FTP on DWR site as DWR 1171.
I'm going to object to asking questions about things that I can't get online. I believe that in the past, when I brought this up before, it seems like it's not equal where I'm not allowed.
Stop. This keeps coming up. Okay, the procedure is when an exhibit has been submitted to us but has not yet been brought up on cross, we don't bring it up because they're not always used. And the procedure, as I understand it, in a courtroom would be that you pass out hard copies of whatever it is. So when it comes up, it may be that we need to take a pause. And I look to you, Ms. Meserve, you are doing the right thing to say, I don't have this yet. Pause. Can we pause a moment? It is one, it takes the same amount of time as walking around the courtroom, I would think, and not longer. So if you don't have it, Ms. Meserve, we will bring it up, but there's no need for a long objection. We are trying to follow this. Our team is only so fast, and there's only so many of us. It looks like it's moved over now, so you should be able to get it.
The problem is I actually can't get 1170 is not here either. And nor is, what's the new one that was just brought up now?
1171. Sometimes, Ms. Meserve, the FTP site, I've had to do this. You have to refresh, or back out, and it is there, but you have to refresh it in order. And I'm happy to pause until you have it and you're ready for me to ask questions.
Okay. I was able to get 1171 now. That's the one that you're going to ask questions about?
That's what's up. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And 1170, if it's not there, we're moving it. I think there was a problem because there were it's sort of behind the scenes, but because it was open, we then had a problem moving it. So it may also be, please do call for a pause because it may actually be that we have to close the document in order to move it over. There are certain challenges. So
Okay.
don't hesitate to
Yeah.
call a pause. I just wanted to explain that sometimes we need that because we aren't, and we could move them in advance, but that wouldn't actually track. I mean, you are allowed to have this
Yeah,
kind of,
I understand. I
self-exam.
just want to be
So-
able to get them
That
eventually.
is fair. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, and back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay. And this is an agenda from a Metropolitan May 26, 2026 Subcommittee on Imported Water, correct?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. And can we scroll down a little bit? And you just made a reference to having read something maybe that was this that came across in Mavens, perhaps? Is this what you were referring to?
Could have been a Mavens, yeah.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 2. And if we could go to 3A. Do you see 3A, the State Water Project California Aqueduct Subsidence Update, and there's an attachment presentation?
Yes.
And have you seen this presentation?
I just read the article in Mavens. I didn't see the whole presentation.
Okay. Could we please go to PDF page 8?
And this is tied to exactly what in the testimony?
And we just were looking at, and I can pull it back up from my notes. That the statement was Ms. White admitted that she had no knowledge of any plan by DWR to address subsidence. And then it goes on to say that without addressing that, then there would be capacity issues. And I'm summarizing, that is not a direct quote.
Right. But I guess my objection is at this point, now we're going to MWD agenda item. And I just am wondering, it appears to be outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony.
Can we scroll down so we can see that this presentation was presented by DWR?
And this was also after we submitted our rebuttal testimony.
So where are you? And then, so Ms. Morris, you are, well, let's see what the question is. Let's go there, please.
So can we go up to the right there? Do you see, Mr. Cosio, that this was a presentation by DWR to the Metropolitan Imported Water Committee?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could please go to PDF page 13. And if we could scroll down so we could maybe make it a little smaller. Do you see that this identifies corrective actions, both interim and long-term actions to address subsidence and forecasted future subsidence?
Yes.
And if we could also please go to PDF page 14. And do you see that this is the cover of the May 2025 State Water Project Delivery Capability 2023 Addendum Impacts of Subsidence that you cited in your testimony as Land 11?
Yes.
And do you see on the second bullet that DWR is stating as in regards to this report that ongoing subsidence may further reduce aqueduct capacity and affect SWP deliveries over the next 20 years if unaddressed, and unaddressed is underlined?
Yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 15.
Objection, I still am not quite seeing how this goes to the admission of Ms. White that she had no knowledge of a plan to address subsidence in the aqueduct that she made in May of 2025.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, on page 6, after this statement, there are several, it says very clearly, Mr. Cosio is saying, with no plan in place, looking at line 7, to address the subsidence problem, it's unclear whether the Delta Tunnel would provide the water supplies at times being discussed in this hearing and in the larger public conversation. And this goes directly to that capacity issue and what is being done.
I think I'll allow it as long as we're not, I mean,
I have like 3
are you
more.
going to, yeah, no, and then is the
But-
follow-up to Mr. Cosio going to be whether he would, this might have, I don't know what well, I don't want to put questions in your mouth. Ms. Meserve, please.
The only other thing I would add is that the concern of Mr. Cosio, as he goes on to state in the following sentence, is that it's not being taken into account when calculating the potential water deliveries of the DCP. And I don't believe any of this is relevant to that.
Well, wait, well, maybe I don't understand your point. If this has to do with subsidence for the California Aqueduct, which affects state water project, arguably affects state water project deliveries with or without the DCP, right? I mean, both would use, with or without would use the California
But
Aqueduct.
the analysis that Morris is bringing up and asking questions about is not regarding the DCP and how it is taking into account the potential of subsidence to impair the ability to deliver water supplies to SWP participants, which is what Mr. Cosio testified about.
I'm here, so here's where this is what I'm thinking about. I'm gonna leave you, Ms. Morris, is that my concern here is I mean, this is an opportunity, it's relevant, it's certainly relevant, but an opportunity for DWR to this 1171 to offer additional evidence that is from after the fact. I mean, it might be fine. Maybe this would come in on Sir rebuttal anyway, and this may be in a more efficient way to do it. But I'm not sure the questions are specific to Mr. Cosio unless you're going to ask him whether this changes his opinion or something to that effect. Maybe you're going there.
I'm trying to get there.
You're trying to get there.
Lay the
Okay.
foundation.
Then I will allow the line of questioning, and please, and your objections are noted, Ms. Meserve. This is complicated. Please, Ms. Morris.
Do you see under interim actions that the implementation would begin later this year, being 2026?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 17. And if we could, perfect. There, whoops, it's hard to, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Do you see that this page includes interim actions, a cost, and a schedule?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to turn specifically, I want to come back to your testimony. If we could leave this up, but look, I want to direct you to paragraph 12 on page 5, and then going on to page 6, because you identify some specific reaches. So in your testimony, you identified checks 16, 17, and 17 and 18, and 17 and 18, correct?
Yes.
And do you see that 17, 17, and 18, there is going to be interim actions to specifically deal with the capacity issues that you've identified on paragraph 12?
Yes, except for the actions haven't been designed yet. They're in the planning stages of what it shows on this timeline.
But do you see that they are estimated to be constructed in at least as to check 17, September to December of this year, and then early 2027?
Yes, but it doesn't mean they'll be fixed to full capacity. They had some interim guidelines they're going to have to follow. So.
We'll get there. And you also state in lines 27 to 28, between checks 19 and 20, you talk about the capacity dropping. And do you see that there is an interim fix for pool 20?
Yes.
Okay. And that is scheduled for January to December of 2028, correct?
Yeah, in 2028, yes.
Okay. So would you agree that DWR does have a plan to address subsidence in the California aqueduct, in particular the sections that you've identified in paragraph 12?
Well, they've got a plan to, as an interim measure, not a full plan to totally restore the capacity permanently.
And could you go to, I think it's the next 18? Do you see that 2023 no action is in the yellow line?
Yes.
And do you see at the top the different checks are identified across the top?
Yes.
And then with the 2023 interim actions, there is an improvement in capacity over the 2023 NAA, correct?
Yes.
And in particular, in pool 18 or checks 18 to 19 and above, it matches the black line. It's on top of the black line for the designed capacity, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any information or knowledge about how much freeboard was included in the design capacity?
No.
And do you have any idea if there are interim operating agreements that allow for a lesser amount of freeboard to operate in current conditions?
No, I'm not.
If we could please, we could take this down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. If we go back to your testimony on page 9. Oh, I did have one more question. Were you aware whether DWR presented a similar interim and long-term fix to the California Water Commission in 2024 regarding restoring aqueduct capacity?
No, it's not about that.
But in 2024, that would be before you prepared this testimony and submitted it in 2026, correct? 2024 is before 2026. I think that's an easy one we can agree on, right?
Right.
Okay, good. And then let's go back to page 9 of your testimony, looking at lines 11 through 15. You state DWR's consultant, Dr. Hatch, admitted that construction phase water demand for construction of the Delta Tunnel was not considered in his analysis of impacts on groundwater subbasins. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you review the hearing transcripts to see the full context of the questions and responses by Dr. Hatch?
I saw, but I don't know if I reviewed the entire thing.
Are you aware whether Dr. Hatch indicated that the construction water requirements other than dewatering were outside the scope of his analysis?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. Let's go to your testimony, page 10, lines 10 through 13. You state, did we get there? Yeah. And again, lines 10 through 13. DWR has not identified any GSP with available pumping capacity within the basin's sustainable yield that would be available to support Delta Tunnel construction, giving competing demands for existing and future local uses of groundwater supply. Do you know whether the sustainable yield would be exceeded if groundwater pumping from the project during construction was no more than historical use?
I don't know.
And within the eastern San Joaquin subbasin that overlies the delta, do you know if this is an area where groundwater levels are lowering?
Objection, there lacks foundation. There's more than one subbasin.
but I asked about the Eastern San Joaquin and I asked whether he knows. So if he doesn't know, that's okay.
All right, with that clarification, please, Mr. Kosia.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact numbers are now.
And this on this same page, lines 20 to 23, I wanted to understand your table, and so let's actually just look at the table and then we'll come back. The table's on page 11. Okay. And I believe that this statement is going to the cubic yards of additional concrete demand for tunnel segments. And if we could, sorry, Ms. Mullen, to jump back, but I kind of want to tie it to the table. On lines 20 through 23, you state, more recent documents suggest that it is likely that the tunnel segments themselves would be cast locally in the immediate region, such as Antioch or Lathrop, thus increasing total water demand for the project. Does that tie to that second line in your table for cubic yards of additional concrete demand for the tunnel segments?
Yes.
Okay. And to support this, you cite land 21. Correct?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Okay. And if we could, maybe let's pull it up since if you don't mind, Ms. Mullen, could we pull up land 21? And this is Appendix E5, preliminary precast yard study from CER Appendix E5, correct?
Yes.
And can we go to page 7, please? Okay. And do you have a specific citation in this document that states that it's likely that tunnel segments themselves would be cast locally?
I can't remember where I saw that. I don't see it on the page that's on the screen, but I read it from somewhere that they were going to be looking at them locally.
And if we look at the first sentence here, isn't it true, that first paragraph where it says the precast facilities would be housed? Isn't it true that this page, line 21, page 7, that various precast tunnel segment construction facilities are merely cited as examples? Do you see where it says examples of existing and previously used PTSCF are described in the following subsections?
I still don't find that.
Oh, it's if you look, you see where it says 5.3.1?
Yes, yes.
If you go right above that, the very last sentence, examples of existing and previously used, do you see it now?
Yes.
And in this same exhibit, the very first example includes Taylor Brothers, which is a facility located near Los Angeles, correct?
I don't know where Little Rock is, so.
It's not in the Delta, right?
No.
If it was, you would definitely know it.
Yeah.
And if we could go back to DWR 1170. And Miss Meserve, do you have 1170 now? Are we?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was able to download it.
Okay. We looked at this document a minute ago. Mr. Cosio, do you need me to pull up the face page again or?
No, I remember it.
Can we please go to PDF page 71? And I think, can you scroll down? I'm looking for the 7.6.1 precast tunnel segment liner facility. Perfect. looking at this statement, doesn't this state that the liner segments would be produced off-site and hauled to tunnel launch sites?
Yes.
And do you see that on the bottom sentence, it says existing local precast facilities near the project tunnel launch shafts include, and then it lists several different facilities?
Yes.
In your testimony, again, back to the table, you estimated that the water demand for the tunnel segments to be 157.41 acre feet, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that if the tunnel segments are not manufactured in the project area, that the manufacturing would not place an additional demand for water in the project area?
Well, I don't know that for sure if they use groundwater that's connected to basins within the project area.
So which one of these facilities, in your opinion, is connected to basins within the project area?
I'm not sure where they all are, so I don't know.
Isn't it true that if they're existing plants that they would already have existing sources of water?
I don't know.
So as you sit here today, you can't say one way or the other, even if it was a local precast facility, that it would be contributing to additional water in the project area.
What can you? I didn't catch the question on that.
Isn't it true that as you sit here today, that you don't know one way or the other that if a local plant was used, that it would increase water within the project area, increase water use within the project area?
Production misleading, isn't that kind of,
Does he know one way or the other? That's the question.
well, if it's in the project area, then obviously it would. So isn't that misleading to ask it that way?
Well, Mr. Cosio, do you understand the question?
Yeah, sort of. They would use local water, whether that was in the original plan or not. I don't know because this could add a lot more work to their company that would require more water to be used.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what size these facilities are, what their capacity is, what water sources they already have available, correct?
No, and that's why we threw it out there because we didn't know exactly. So that's what we need to find out why it wasn't looked at in more detail or presented.
Let's go to I want to look at the table on page 11. Oh, sorry, of land 19, back to Mr. Cosio's testimony. Thank you. And then do you see you have a footnote on the first row, you have a footnote 1.
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to the footnote 1, that estimate is based on quantities of concrete contained in the cost estimate in Exhibit SOL 18, correct?
Yes.
And that concrete estimate covers the entire DCA project over all sites over the 10 years or so of placing concrete and grout, correct?
And this is just for the tunnel now. I can't remember what that.
Your table says non-tunnel elements. We already went over
okay.
the tunnel segments.
Yeah, this would be for the non-tunnel elements that were concrete would be needed.
Okay. And can we scroll back to, and would you agree that's over the 10 years or so of placing concrete for the project?
I didn't have a time frame on what that was, but yeah, that's what the time frame is.
Well, you pulled it from SOL 18, which is the the cost estimate for the project, for the entirety of the project, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you assume 68.36 acre feet of water for non-tunnel elements over 10 years of the whole project, correct?
It's the whole project, but I don't know if all the concrete work will be done over 10 years or 5 years or 50 years. So
Well, let's assume 10 years of placing concrete and grout. That would be an average of 6.8 acre feet per year, correct?
yes.
I want to look at your back to the table. Are you aware whether the Delta Conveyance project will, are you aware whether the DCP will use water from dewatering activities?
I don't know.
Are you aware whether the DCP will capture stormwater runoff collected on site for use on the project?
I don't know that either.
If there is going to be use of water from such activities that we just discussed, that would reduce your estimates of construction water needed from off-site sources, correct?
Well, it depends where that captured water would have gone. If it would have gone into the groundwater basin, then it would just be exchanging it at a different time.
But you didn't do any quantitative analysis.
No, I did not.
And let's go back to we're on your table here. On line 11, you list water consumed for cooling concrete while casting, correct?
Yes.
And that's referring back to casting concrete liners, correct?
Is that what footnote 3 refers to? I can't remember.
We can scroll down. It just has land 23. I just assumed based on the description. Water consumed for cooling concrete while casting.
Right.
What did you mean by that?
I'd have to look at that reference, but typically concrete gives off heat when it's curing, and so you want to make sure that it doesn't get too hot and crack
Okay.
up.
And referring back to our earlier conversation about the tunnel liner segments, those would be constructed at an existing concrete precast facility, correct?
As far as I know.
So the cooling would also occur off-site at whatever facility is chosen.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Well,
We don't know where we've been going through this ornate description of how they don't know where they're going to make the segments.
I think that
them on
And
site.
some of those places are in fact within the Delta.
with that in mind, noted, I'll allow the line of questioning. And of course, Mr. Cosio, you can caveat your response.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going to be made, and then also, sometimes when the concrete cures over 28 days, and typically it takes at least 14 to get to the point where it's got significant strength to use it. So it could be some of that cooling could be done outside of where they cast it, just because they have to keep it cool.
So I don't think you answered a little bit of a different question. So my question is, the tunnel liner segments would be constructed at an existing concrete precast facility that is not necessarily a construction site for the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
If it's existing, yeah, that does other things too.
And in your experience, can you move concrete liners before they fully cured?
Like I said, there's strength starts occurring right away. It takes at least 14 days to get to the point where it's strong enough to move. Yet it doesn't totally cure for another 14 more days. So you can actually move it before 28 days.
And between day 14 and 28, do you have any citation that that would include water to keep it cool?
I don't know.
Are you suggesting that between days 14 and 28 that you would need additional water for cooling?
I'm just trying to lay out things that are going to be needed, where water is going to be needed, where it happens and how it happens. It's not totally clear.
Okay. Let's go down to the next row of your table, on line 12, water for slurry and grout during tunneling operations. And if we could scroll down to footnote 4, on line 26, you state tunneling would use bentonite slurry and grout, correct?
Yes.
But recalling our earlier conversation about this, the project did not assume the use of slurry tunnel boring machines, correct?
Based on the stuff we talked about today, yes. At the time I wrote this, I wasn't positive they would not include that, no.
So as long as there's not slurry tunnel boring machines used, that line would be, you would delete that line from this table, correct?
Well, if there's no bentonite slurry, I delete that part. The grout, though, I think is still there to connect the pieces of tunnel segments.
And if we could scroll back up, on line 15 of your table, you list water for fire suppression, and similarly state unknown. If we could pull up, oh no, I just realized, 1170 again.
And Ms. Morris, I think we've been
Oh,
going for a while. I don't know when you want to take a break, but that's something that
yeah.
at any time would be appropriate too.
We can take a break. Just to give an estimate, I think I probably have like 20 minutes roughly. So I'm hoping that we can get through this and also finish Burke. For planning purposes.
Super. Let's go ahead and take that 10-minute break. We'll come back. I'll just say 3 o'clock. Pick up again. Thank you. All right, 3 o'clock, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And it looks like we have Ms. Meserve, Ms. Morris, and we just need Mr. Cosio. There he is. Then back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay. We were talking about water for fire suppression in table 1 on page 11, and I would like to pull up DWR 1170, please. And if we could go to page 113, please, PDF page. And Mr. Cosio, do you see that this attachment provides quantitative information compiled from the engineering concept drawings related to project design, capacity of 6,000 CFS with cylindrical T fish screens?
Yes.
And table A1 has quantifications of construction conditions for the 2 intakes for each for 3,000 CFS design capacity, correct?
That's what it says. I haven't seen table 1, so.
And if we could go to PDF page 125. And if we could scroll to the bottom, do you see at the bottom of this table, fire water supply stored on site for intake CE3 and CE5?
Yes.
And they're each 300,000 gallons, correct?
Yes.
And then if we could move to PDF page 131. And do you see that for fire water supplies stored on site, and this is, if we scroll up, we could see it's the Twin Cities launch shaft. It's a million gallons to provide up to 4,500 gallons a minute for 4 hours.
I'm gonna make an objection to this in terms of relevance because this document is not part of the hearing record and it's apparently being used to impugn the testimony of Mr. Cosio. However, it wasn't part of the hearing record, so I don't see how it's relevant to the testimony at this point in time. If DWR wants to bring this forth in its SIR rebuttal, that makes perfect sense, but I guess I'm just wondering why it's relevant now.
Well, why, Ms. Meserve? I mean, I was thinking about this before. Why wait until SIR rebuttal? I mean,
well, it just seems like, you know, Mr. Cosio asked questions and said he didn't see information in the hearing record about water use demand. And so now DWR is bringing forth a document that was not part of the hearing record and saying, here's some information about water use. So it just doesn't seem particularly helpful at this point in the context of cross.
These are all public documents. These are documents to provide further detail that have been available publicly for years, and they're on the DCA website. So it's, you know, it's not just Mr. Cosio isn't just asking questions. He's saying it's not available, and I'm just pulling up and showing where this information is available. And I have like 3 more questions. I promise I'm not going to go through every single site.
I think so. I'm going to allow this in part because it sounds like we're looking at SIR rebuttal of some shape or form. So it will come in one way or the other. And with I mean, just to clarify, I don't expect the protestants to necessarily have read, every document there is about this particular project. But it sounds like Ms. Morris, you're going to stay focused. So I would ask for that, please.
Okay, and then if we could do you see New Hope Tract is the next table? And if we could go down to page 133. And can we keep going down? Do you see that the fire water supply stored on site here is 200,000 gallons to provide up to 1,500 gallons a minute for 2 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And I won't go through all of the fire water storage entries in these tables, but would you agree that absent use of some of this storage to fight a fire and the amount to refill that the total gallons of fire water storage in these tables should quantify the water needed for fire suppression?
Yeah, if you add them all up, that's correct. Where it's coming from, we don't know though.
And on your table, you have water used in road construction to compact gravel and for other purposes during road construction. Mr. Cosio, in your experience, isn't water for road construction typically from a water truck?
Yes.
On your same table, we can pull this down and go back to Mr. Cosio's land 19. And looking at your table on line 17, you list provision of temporary water supply to residents and farmers that sustain reduced supplies due to construction. And you also state unknown, correct?
Yes.
And if we could pull up AHO 1055. And this is the chapter 8 from the FEIR on groundwater. Did you review this chapter?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let's look and see if this helps refresh your recollection. Can we go to page 835, which hopefully is PDF page 35? And if we could, did you review mitigation measure GW1, maintain groundwater supplies in affected areas?
I can't recall. What was my footnote on my, hold on a second. Let's see. Is that TWR 804 on the?
No, this is AHO.
Yeah, I didn't review that then, no.
Okay, so you're not familiar with this groundwater mitigation measure?
Objection, misleading. That's the same mitigation measure of GW. Isn't GW1 the same mitigation measure that you're looking at right here, Ms. Morris?
I'm not misleading. I asked if he was familiar with it.
That's misleading to try to make it sound like it's a different mitigation measure.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Cosio, are you familiar with mitigation measure GW1?
I can't remember what it's called. Like I said, I just have the reference here on my testimony in Land 19 as DWR 804, pages 104 and 105. So
Okay.
could have been called the same thing. I don't know.
Let's look at the language here then. On line 17 through 20, do you see that existing monitoring wells or new monitoring wells inside and outside the area of influence will be used? Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree that this document states the monitoring will be conducted to assess changes in water levels attributable to dewatering activities and maintenance by comparing changes in groundwater elevations within and outside the dewatering areas of influence?
Objection, relevance. The line we're looking at on the table has to do with provision of temporary water supplies.
So, hearing Officer Kinsey, either he did cite this or he didn't.
He did not cite this site. If you want to go to the page he cited and ask him questions about it, that would be different.
Well, so it sounds like we need to verify that this GW1 and the reference GW1 are the same. Ms. Morris, is there a reason you would prefer not to go to DWR 804?
No, just because we could do that and look at it, but it's GW1 we can pull it up. I'm just trying to be efficient and I have like 2 questions about this, so we can do this.
Let's please pull up DWR 804, page 104 to 105.
Can we see what 804 is first?
Yes, let's do that. All right.
This is the mitigation monitoring program, which lists all of them. And I went to the groundwater chapter and pulled one. So let's go to page 104. And this is smaller. This is GW1. This is what you cite to.
Right.
And Ms. Mullen, can we focus in on I assume you're focusing on the text or will in on the left-hand side there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. To you, Ms. Morse.
And then can we scroll down? And can you keep going? Now my citations are all wrong, so. This is, can we go back to the other document where I can, we can use this. So can you scroll down, please, a little bit so we can see that bullet, re-inject groundwater? So you are familiar with this entire GW1 provision?
Yes.
And do you see this doesn't have the lines, the other version did, so it's easier to identify, but the bullet that says re-inject groundwater using injection wells?
Right.
So do you understand that the mitigation may include taking water and that's from dewatering and re-injecting it into the groundwater aquifer?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. I don't see where it says dewatering water.
Will you
During
run the-
construction or maintenance, dewatering, if the results of groundwater monitoring described above indicate that the difference between the average groundwater declines in monitoring wells, dewatering and control continues, it's talking about dewatering. Mr. Cosio, do you understand my question?
No, I don't, because we're talking about dewatering, which would impact the groundwater. The question that I had was, how much is that, and where's the water going to come from, just to supplement?
I think this is where I'm getting at, is where the water comes from. And I'm wondering if you reviewed this, because on your table it says temporary water supplies to residents and farmers that sustained reduced supplies due to construction. And you cite to this. And would you agree that one of the sources of water would be to re-inject the groundwater using injection wells?
Right, but I don't know where the water's coming from. That's my whole point.
Would you agree that if you look under the following additional measures on one, it provides to deepen or modify wells used for domestic or agricultural purposes?
Yeah, I see that.
And if a well is deepened or modified to allow a groundwater user to continue pump water they were already pumping, that would not be an additional demand on the aquifer, correct?
Not necessarily. If you lower the water table, you've got to put water back in. Deepening only is required if for some reason you lower it to the point where they can't pull it up anymore.
Okay, let's try this again. I am a landowner and I am overlying the area and assuming that there is a change in the groundwater levels from dewatering construction activities. If I previously pumped 10 acre-feet and DWR through mitigation lowered my well and I continued to pump 10 acre-feet, would you agree that is not an additional demand on the aquifer?
I still don't understand, because what I was thinking of was that if you took water up from dewatering, didn't put it back in, that there would be a net loss. That's where I was thinking.
So is it your testimony that DWR is not going to take water from dewatering and re-inject it back into the basin?
Well, that's not what this says.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just thought if it was taken out dewatering, they'd have to haul it off.
So you don't know one way or the other whether DWR is committed to treating that water and re-injecting it into the ground, the dewatered water and re-injecting into the groundwater basin.
No, no.
Okay. But I'm going to go back because I don't think you answered my question. If for some reason I had a domestic well that was impacted by this project, and I previously pumped 10 acre-feet, and DWR deepened my well as mitigation, and I continued to pump, that is not an increase in the water that is being withdrawn from the aquifer, correct?
Increase. Well, you're reaching for other water in the aquifer, but you've still lowered the aquifer by 10 acre-feet. So that doesn't go back in, was my concern. Just because you give a deeper well doesn't mean they'd have more water or that water back.
Well, let's be specific about the mitigation, because I think that's what you're saying. Provisions of temporary water supply to residents and farmers that sustain reduced supplies due to construction. That's your line, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna try this one more time. This is my last question. So if water from construction, if water if I'm a landowner and I'm pumping 10 acre-feet and my well can no longer pump 10 acre-feet because the water levels have dropped, and DWR deepens my well and I continue to pump the same amount of water, that is not an additional demand. My pumping is not an additional demand created by that mitigation, correct?
Not in addition, but still, I have to question where the lost water went that for the dewatering. I'm not sure how else to
Is it your understanding that dewatering for construction purposes is a one-time loss, or is it a permanent loss? Does it keep occurring?
It's a one-time loss, but
Okay.
then it has to get replenished somehow through percolation into the groundwater basin or some injection from outside the area.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Cosio.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And I will look to the room to confirm whether anyone else has questions for Mr. Cosio before I look back to Ms. Meserve. All right, then Ms. Meserve, do you have redirect?
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thank you. With respect to table 1 and the construction demand or the construction water demand, you were asked whether you had done a quantitative analysis of the water supply that may be needed by the project. But what's your concern about the information that was made available to you by the project for construction water demand?
I think my biggest concern was that there was no actual acre feet or cubic feet or whatever you want to call the volume. And so I had to estimate the concrete side of things, how much water is required for per cubic yard of concrete. So that's where I was looking. And then the question came up, is that going to be coming out of the existing groundwater basin or what?
Right. And was your concern mostly that you didn't see there being a comprehensive analysis of the demand that the project would have for water during construction?
Yes. Yes.
And with the example of dewatering, would the concern be that if the water that was if there was dewatering, that water would be a net loss to the system, even if the well could be deepened under the GW1 that you were looking at just a minute ago?
Yes.
And just thinking about the CER from 2024 that was marked as 1170. Do you know why that wasn't part of the hearing record before today?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled if Mr. Cosio knows, which I know. I know the answer to. Mr. Cosio.
I don't think I knew.
Okay.
I can't recall what it said.
So is it fair to say that you made the table based on the information that you could find?
Yes.
With respect to the fabrication of the tunnel segments, if that was done in places like Lathrop or Antioch, as you mentioned in your testimony, and was also mentioned in DWR 1170, that could create a water demand in the project area, right?
Yes.
And as far as you know, there was no information that you were aware of about the number of like trucks needed for water, for dust suppression or that kind of thing that would be affiliated with the dust control in, looks like line 13 or so of your table 1.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything.
And is it your understanding that DWR would be required to control stormwater runoff from the as part of its construction stormwater management from the muck piles, for instance?
So my assumption is I'll have to get a permit from the county to stockpile it, regrade the area. So they would have some sort of a stormwater preparedness plan, yes.
Are you aware that the state has said actually that it doesn't need to get any permits from the local agencies?
No.
You were shown a PowerPoint slide that slides that were shown to Metropolitan, or that was presented to Metropolitan by DWR last month. Are you, from that presentation, are you able to know whether the aqueduct issues or concerns mentioned in your testimony would in fact be addressed?
No, I didn't have enough information from the information I read. It talked about the interim procedures and it talked about some required special conditions put on the movement of water, but they didn't really explain what that meant. So no, I didn't.
And at least the part you saw, you didn't see anything about how it related with the proposed operation of the Delta Conveyance project either, did you?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And with that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
I have couple quick questions. If we can pull up AHO, I think it's 1005. Sorry, yes, 1005. And And this is chapter 3 of the description of the project, proposed project and alternatives. Mr. Cosio, if we could please, Ms. Mullen, go to page 66. And if we could scroll down to the local water supply, drainage, and utilities, great, thank you. And do you see on lines 20 that it states all Delta Conveyance project features would be designed to not increase peak runoff flows into adjacent storm drains, drainage ditches, or rivers and sloughs, and at the intakes, tunnel shafts, and southern complex, all water from dewatering activities and stormwater runoff on the construction site would be collected, treated, and stored on site to reduce the need for off-site water sources.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? Does that help refresh your recollection that DWR is capturing all of those sources, treating it and having it available for project purposes?
Yeah, they don't really describe how they're going to hold on to it if it's needed, a while after the runoff. But yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, thank you, Mr. Cosio, for being with us this afternoon and answering our questions. And your testimony is greatly appreciated. You are excused.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just
Right.
mention, I think in the cross of Cosio, it appears there may be a page error in the transcript site that involved Ms. White. So we may submit a errata that provides additional page numbers there just to clean up the record a little bit.
Okay.
Minor, but.
Thank you. I believe then we have done a fine job and have time for Mr. Burke. And that's where we are.
If we can round him up.
If we can.
I think he's listening.
He was earlier. Yes, there he is. So if we can please elevate Mr. Burke. And I will just, in the meantime, where I recall we were with Mr. Burke was that Ms. Morris had a few more questions. And so we had not quite finished, or I don't know if it's a few, some more questions. And then we were moving on from there. So with that, thank you, Mr. Burke, for rejoining us and being with us once again. And I will hand things over to Ms. Morris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Burke. How are you today?
Oh, pretty good. How are you doing?
Thanks. Okay. So I'm not really sure how to reorient it, so I'm just going to jump back into this and we'll hope for the best. If we need to work backwards, we will. I want to look at your testimony, 105R, I believe it's page 12, Ms. Mullen. And paragraph 15. Oh, and that is SDWA 105R, if I didn't say that. And page 12, paragraph 15. And here, Mr. Burke, you say, Dr. Hatch, as was detailed in the FEIR, repeatedly references impact criteria in GSPs as the criteria for defining what would constitute an impact from the DCP. Do you have a citation to the FEIR where GSP criteria was used as what would be an impact?
No, I don't. What I've done here is I've probably misstated myself. What I wanted to say, and did it poorly, was that Dr. Hatch is using, and the FEIR is using, the type of approach that a GSP would use in identifying what an impact would be in their long-term management plan. It's not identifying what an impact would be to an actual water user adjacent to the project, but rather what a criteria would be in order to stabilize groundwater resources within the GSP area.
And you're citing or referencing back to Dr. Hatch's rebuttal testimony, correct?
1015, that's correct.
And in review of Dr. Hatch's rebuttal testimony, do you know why there was a discussion of the GSP criteria?
No, I don't.
Did you review the case in chief testimony by Dr. Folia in SCWA 12?
I looked through their testimony. I don't have it studied in detail, but I read through their testimony that they prepared.
Are you aware that Dr. Folia's testimony was focused on the need to evaluate impacts against the SMC criteria defined by the South American Subbasin GSP?
I am.
Do you think that might be why Dr. Hatch was referring to those kind of criteria in his testimony, in his rebuttal testimony?
No, I believe the
Calls for
criteria that,
speculation.
yeah, I can't say for sure exactly where Dr. Hatch was getting all of the criteria that he was stating, but a lot of that criteria was in a groundwater chapter of the FEIR, which is, I believe, 1057.
In your testimony in paragraph 16, you indicate using a flow net to show the source of water to the hood well is questionable because it assumes a constant uniform aquifer layer between the well and the area surrounding the well all the way to the river, correct?
That's correct.
And did you perform any comparable analysis that considers aquifer stratification?
No, I didn't develop an alternative model for that location.
Do you have any data that shows that there is aquifer stratification in that area?
Yes, I do.
And where did you cite that in your testimony?
I don't believe it was cited in the testimony, but it's the Wood Rogers report on the well 25.
And what's the Wood Rogers? Is that an exhibit in this
You
here?
know, I'm not really sure. I'd have to check to see if that was entered as an exhibit.
But at any rate, you don't cite it in paragraph 16, correct?
No, I don't.
And how would the presence of, in your opinion, how would the presence of aquifer stratification change the source of water to the hood well?
Because aquifers are typically stratified with different layers of silt and clay and sand, and they're going to be pulling most of their water through the sand layers within that stratification as you move vertically from the ground surface. And you'd have to see where those sand layers are and whether or not they intercepted the Sacramento River and at what elevation did they intersect the Sacramento River to see if those are truly, the sources of where the water is coming from that flow net. And without looking at that, the sources of water could be below the Sacramento River. It could be pulling downward from the Sacramento River, but also in every other direction as well. If the water source is from a gravel or sand layer that does not intersect the Sacramento River, but that's not clear in the flow net analysis because he assumes a constant strata through the whole water column from the top of the ground surface down to the bottom of the well.
Do you recall earlier that we were talking about, like, whenever it was last week, I think? It might have been 2 weeks ago, I can't recall, about the tunnel shafts being constructed and the type of construction.
I don't recall exactly what we had said about the tunnel shafts, but I believe it came up.
And can we pull up what has been marked as DWR 31, please? Did you review this shaft conceptual design appendix C4?
Yes, I did.
And if we could go to PDF page 23. And if we could go into section on recommendations and looking at the sentence that begins at this time, Do you see that at this time the diaphragm wall wet method is proposed for all shaft sites?
I do.
And that would be constructing in the wet, correct? I mean,
If that was actually selected, that's a recommended methodology, but the final methodology will be based on a cost benefit analysis of all the different methodologies to determine what is the most economical and efficient way to drill the shaft.
do you have any evidence as you sit here today that this proposal that's stated here has changed?
No, I don't believe the recommendation has changed from any information that I've been able to see. But again, it's just a recommendation, not necessarily a selection.
I do not have any further questions at this point. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I will look to the room to see if there's anyone else who has questions. Then I will go to you, Ms. Meserve.
Well, a quick 45 minutes.
I know.
I'm not
Also,
complaining.
if you need,
No one's complaining.
Right.
Okay. Let's see.
And if you need a
So-
moment to orient yourself, that we can also take 5 minutes. I realize that was a very quick 45 minutes.
That's okay. Well, there wasn't much
Okay.
new, so probably it's okay. The cross began with some questions about the Lower Roberts map, SDWA 111R last week. And you were asked about the accuracy of the well locations. And I was just wanting you to explain, for the purposes of your zone of influence analysis, does the precise location of the well matter, or is the general proximity to the shaft sufficient for the conclusions that you drew in this analysis?
For what I was trying to do with that conceptual model and analysis was just to determine what the general area of influence could be and whether or not there are wells within that area that could be influenced by that. With that regard, the exact location of each of the different wells wasn't as important as knowing their general proximity within the region of a particular home that it might service. So as we went through and looked at the different wells, we made sure that they occurred at different residences that were located around the well shaft and tried to verify that it made logical sense in that regard. The exact location, whether it's in the front of the house or behind the house or on either side, isn't as important as it's generally within 2,000 or 1,000 or 3,000 feet of the shaft itself.
And in your experience, would DWR have the ability to obtain information regarding the location of wells and likely wells, just as was done for the map that was prepared to go with your testimony in SCWA 111?
Objection outside the scope of cross-examination, whether or not DWR can or cannot get information.
And what was the Ms. Meserve, will you run the question again?
Sure.
Please.
Well, I think the question was, would DWR have the ability to obtain the information regarding the location of wells and likely wells, just as was done for SCWA 111R?
And yes, the data that we
Wait,
I'm going to allow the question, so please
Okay.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Please.
Yeah, the data that was used by myself and by Heritage came from publicly available sources. This is from the Environmental Services Division of the county. There's also the health department of the county, which keeps track of drinking water wells. Then the state has their own well database that they have. I'm not sure exactly how accurate it is. I've typically just gone to Environmental Services or Health Department to get well locations when I've done projects in the past. But it's available to anybody who wants to make the request to county staff.
And what is your recommendation to DWR with respect to determining potential effects of dewatering at shaft locations on local wells that may exist?
I think it's something that needs to be quantified. Unfortunately, it's kind of shrugged off to a certain extent in the documents and given a qualitative approach, if anything at all. And looking at the recommendation that's in the civil engineering report that they're using a wet construction process, I think they took that as gospel and then designed their mitigation methods around that. But that's not necessarily gospel. The constructing the shaft and the dry is by far the least expensive process and has a strong likelihood of being selected if they look at what the mitigation to addressing well problems in the area might be.
Um, and when you discuss the considerations in terms of wet versus dry excavation, you referred to the table, and maybe we could just bring it up, SDWA 106R. And that's page 26. This was referenced during you were asked questions about the wet versus dry excavation. And was this what you were referencing when you mentioned there's 10 different methods that were considered?
Yeah, that's correct. This is a table included in the back of that CER showing the different methodologies that they evaluated in the report itself and some of the basic characteristics of those processes. Of the 10 they have here, 6 of them require some form of dewatering at a different extent or another. And then 3 of them or 4 of them didn't require any dewatering because they could be done in a wet condition.
And why, in your experience, in your extensive experience with dewatering, would you tend to think that a dry excavation method would likely be used?
Objection, outside the scope.
Didn't we talk about the dry and wet excavation, Ms.
I
Morris?
believe that was discussed at length. Yeah.
I mean, part of it is I don't fully remember what happened, I'll admit. All right, Ms. Morris, please.
We discussed wet excavation only because just as I pulled up, it was the one that is preferred and that is being pursued. And we did not talk at all about any dry excavation in terms of cross-examination because it's not proposed. So this is certainly outside the scope.
And Ms. Meserve, your question was about dry? I thought it was about, was it a comparison?
Yeah, well, my notes say there was a discussion of shaft construction methodology and a discussion of Mr. Burke acknowledging that wet construction with a Tremie plug would avoid groundwater impacts, but discussing that DWR hadn't committed to that methodology and that there were 10 alternatives. So
I think it sounds like there's a sufficient lack of clarity. I'll allow this question and Ms. Morris, you can follow up. So please.
Could you repeat the question, please?
it was just in your experience with dewatering, why is it that it's your belief that DWR would be more likely to use the dry excavation methods shown in this table from the engineering report, the CER Appendix C4?
Same objection and calls for speculation about what DWR may be more likely to do, even though it's stated what its preferred option is.
Noted, but I'll allow Mr. Burke to respond, please.
In my opinion, would be basically that it would be a function of cost. You'd have to look at the cost benefit ratio between each of the different methodologies here and the potential impacts that each one would have. These are not, inexpensive shafts that we're talking about here. We're talking about, tens of millions of dollars per shaft. And so they are going to do a detailed analysis of the cost of each of the different methodologies and the potential cost for mitigating any impact from each one. And I think by far the least expensive one is to be able to use dewatering, although it then generates its own impacts that need to be addressed. So I think that there's a high probability that it will be a strong contender, if not selected in the long run.
And doesn't mitigation measure GW1 from the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan contemplate the possibility of needing to mitigate for the effects of dewatering?
Yeah, it talks about mitigating the effects of dewatering and replacing water supplies that may be impacted. It goes to an extensive length of actually excluding the shaft construction, saying that no dewatering will occur at the shafts. I think that's a little premature, given that a shaft construction methodology has not been selected or conferred upon yet.
Thank you. We could take this exhibit down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Couple of questions about the Delta GW model coarseness. You were asked whether your criticism of the groundwater model used for operation, or whether the model applies to construction or operations or both. Can you explain why grid coarseness is a problem regardless of whether you were evaluating construction or operational impacts?
Regardless of whether it's being used to evaluate construction, which I don't believe it has, or operational configuration of the system, the coarseness of the grid doesn't allow the model to actually pick up on the groundwater drawdown or rise, if that's the case, around any of the DCP structures. The grid size is so large that it just misses those components altogether. Matter of fact, the only time the model really shows up those elements is when one of the model grids falls directly on top of a DCP component. Then you'll see it in the model. And you can see that clearly in the charts at the end of section 8 of the FEIR, where they actually plot up the difference in groundwater elevation between the base model and the DCP condition. You can see that it only shows up where a grid point falls on one of the model components or the DCP components. And it also shows if you look at that graphic, you can see that there are locations all around the modeled area that are showing changes in groundwater elevation that are far away from any DCP components, almost like the artifacts in the model are having the same impact as the DCP components themselves, because they're not hitting the DCP elements with the model grid. In order to actually model this correctly, you need to have a much finer grid, at least in the area of the DCP components, so you can evaluate what that groundwater change will do to the overall model domain.
You were asked whether your experience that is in your resume was specifically related to dewatering on construction projects. How does that dewatering experience inform your ability to evaluate whether the model can adequately capture localized groundwater impacts from the DCP construction?
Yeah, from all the different projects that I've worked on, there would be no way I could use a model with this course of a resolution to actually evaluate what the dewatering would be in that location. You need to have a much finer grid resolution around your model. And the DCP modeling team actually did that. When they analyzed the intake structures and they analyzed the Bethany, facilities down at the lower end of the project, they put together a ModFlow and WT model to look at those impacts and how the groundwater would change. And so they were using a 10-foot grid, 20-foot grid, 15-foot grid in those locations because they knew that's what was necessary in order to evaluate the effects of dewatering.
And then let's see, you were asked whether you performed any analysis to determine if using the different IWFM versions for the preprocessor and simulation made a practical difference. Without that specific analysis, what's your professional understanding of the risk of using mismatched software versions in a modeling workflow?
Calls
How
for
is that?
He didn't do the analysis. He can't say one way or the other.
Well, um, I'll allow the question, Mr. Burke, and Ms. Morris, you can follow up to the extent you know. Please don't speculate.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't do the analysis looking at the most recent version of IWFM, but I was surprised when I looked into the model components provided by DWR that the preprocessor used a different version of the model than the actual model simulation component itself. Typically, you never do that. As you develop subsequent versions of a model, the preprocessor and the actual model are developed together so that they feed information together accurately. If you start mixing and matching components of the model, and there's about 10 different versions over the last 6 or 7 years that are out there, you don't know what you might have because you don't know what's been changed from one component of the model or one version of the model to the next. So if you mix a preprocessor up from one version and the post-processor from another, or the actual simulation version of another, I couldn't guarantee that you're going to get the same results that you would be accurate.
And you were asked about whether the model's regional conclusions could still be valid even if the local scale impacts were unresolved. Can you explain why those local scale impacts are still significant, even if regional trends are captured correctly?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sure. You were asked about whether the model's regional conclusions could still be valid even if the local scale impacts were unresolved. Can you explain why the unresolved local scale impacts may still be significant even if the regional trends were captured correctly?
I don't object to the question. I object to the misstatement of what appears to be incorrect. But I'm not objecting to, can you explain why the unresolved local scale impacts may be significant to the extent that Mr. Burke understands what unresolved local scale impacts are?
Noted. Your objection is noted. So then, please, Mr. Burke.
My understanding of what an unresolved local impact would be is if the impacts that are observed on a local scale can be transmitted to the overall model that's at a much larger scale resolution. And my opinion is that you can't really translate those impacts that are on a local scale to the larger grid resolution that you have in the overall model because the grid size is too big. It's just a matter of mismatch of scale. The scale that you need to evaluate at the local scale is not translated to the larger scale because the grid divisions itself may actually miss the model components for the DCP.
You were also asked questions about the opinion that there might be 4,000 gallons per day per acre of water needed for dust control. Regardless of the specific number that might be needed for dust control, what's the broader point you were trying to make in paragraph 9 about groundwater accounting for the DCP construction activities?
Well, when reading through the testimony, I was concerned that they allocated all of the construction-related water to just a qualitative analysis, as if it's a trivial number that doesn't need to be analyzed or evaluated what those impacts may be in their attempt to try to acquire that volume of water. So the 4,000, gallons per acre foot per day was not something that I thought was hard and fast. It's a number that could change every day depending on humidity and wind conditions. But I wanted to throw in that number just so that people can see a general scale of what the requirements may be for construction. It's not a trivial number. It can be quite large depending on whether you have batch plants available, whether you need dust control, how much cleaning of different trucks and vehicles you might need to have, watering of vegetation that you're trying to grow on top of, debris piles that you're creating from the muck from the tunnel. There's a lot of different elements to what water might be needed on a construction site, and it's not a trivial number. And so it deserves more than just a qualitative, we'll deal with it and we'll replace the water if we impact somebody's, wells or water supply. I think they need to really look at the quantity of water that's necessary to see if ahead of the construction process, they need to start making arrangements for providing that water to these remote locations. But the process that they plan on implementing is to put in monitoring wells, and if they see an impact, then they'll go back and try to adjudicate that impact with the landowner. But that's waiting for a problem to occur and then trying to mitigate it, which is putting the onus on the landowners if they start to lose water availability in their wells.
And are you aware that there's a mitigation measure to provide replacement water to agricultural establishments under mitigation measure AG3 if they run out of water as a result of the project?
That's outside the scope. There was no questions about AG3 or agricultural replacement. That's clearly outside the scope.
Ms. Meserve, do you have?
I think, well, it has to do with the unquantified water demand, but I don't have a specific site for that, so I can skip it.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the fugitive, the dust control, are you aware, Mr. Burke, that there is a mitigation measure EC11 rather, that requires dust control in the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for this project?
Outside
Yes, I am. Oh, sorry.
It's outside the scope of cross-examination. The cross-examination was limited to his number of 4,000, not about any EC or other mitigation measure. It was clearly focused on how he got.
Well, we have, I'm going to allow that one, and you can follow up, Ms. Morris, on that, since we have an answer already.
Yes, I am aware that there's a mitigation factor addressing dust control on the construction sites.
And that would be typical for a large construction project, wouldn't it?
Yes, I believe there's laws requiring it.
Yeah. Regarding paragraph 12 of your testimony, you were asked about your model's worst case assumptions and whether those assumptions were made it unreliable. Can you explain why a worst case scenario model may be appropriate for evaluating potential construction impacts when the specific methodology has not yet been determined?
And I would object is outside the scope. I did ask about it being a worst case scenario, but not about it being unreliable or why he chose that methodology.
Once again, I'll say it's hard to recall, but I think it's close. So I will allow the question and you will get to follow up, Ms. Morris. Please, Mr. Burke.
I put together that conceptual model showing a worst case scenario just to kind of balance out what has been promoted within the documents as no impact whatsoever. And what I think needs to be observed in this process is that there can be an impact if there's dewatering. 6 of the 10 methodologies to develop these shafts require some extent of dewatering, from full dewatering to partial dewatering from the cutter head as it moves down. And so I think that people need to realize again that this is not a trivial factor that needs to be brushed away with just a qualitative assessment of we'll handle it and we'll take care of it, don't worry. That it could be a major factor depending on the methodology selected and the potential impact. This now my analysis just shows a worst case impact, but it shows you what the potential impact could be under a long-term circumstances if they need to dewater the shaft.
And that would also point to the possible need for additional mitigation or conditions.
Not necessarily the additional need for mitigation, but just to the extent of what might need to be mitigated should they have a dewatering scenario that is required for the shafts.
And you were asked, I believe, about why 1 layer is acceptable in your model, but 6 layers was insufficient in the Delta GW model. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you clarify the different purposes of the two models serve and why layering requirements may differ depending on what you're trying to evaluate?
Yes. The conceptual model that I put together to look at the impact that could be generated by dewatering one of the shafts was done with as a simple conceptual model, just looking at a single layer and what that single layer could do if you have a groundwater drawdown to the level of what's necessary in order to dry the shaft out for construction. It's not intended to calculate what the actual drawdown would be. It's not trying to look at what's necessary for dewatering the shaft. It's just posed as a way to visualize the potential impact that could occur if you were to have some form of dewatering required for these shafts. And it's to an extent that I was hoping that it would set off a few alarm bells and that, hey, this requires a little more look at in order to understand what kind of dewatering we might want to do. And maybe we need to clarify what type of shaft construction we want to utilize in this condition, because we don't want to get into a case where we have dramatic dewatering across a region of area that's going to impact many wells, which could be possible depending on what methodology they choose to develop the shaft or to drill the shaft.
And just the last clarification, I think during your testimony, Ms. Morris identified on slide 3 of exhibit SWA 104R when there was a typo, I think, that had two terms mixed up. So that we need to submit an errata for, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I had the two terms swapped.
Okay, and that didn't carry over into your testimony. It's just in the slideshow, right?
It was just in the slideshow, yes.
Okay, all right. That was all the questions I had.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay. Mr. Burke, do you recall when you're just having a dialogue with Ms. Meserve about grid size?
I do.
And the question was about grid size as it related to construction, correct?
That's true.
And do you recall the conversation we had about whether you were aware the purpose of the Delta groundwater model is to evaluate impacts on groundwater during project operations and not construction?
I do.
And have you ever used IWFM before?
No, I haven't.
And if we could pull up DWR 31 again. And you recall looking at this CER in regards of the recommendation for the tunnel shaft construction and the methodology?
I do.
And you just testified that there's 10 different ways identified. And you were concerned, or you stated that like a cost benefit analysis may cause DWR to use one of the other methodologies other than what this states right here that says, at this time, the diaphragm wet wall method is proposed for all shaft sites. Do you recall that?
I do.
And looking at this recommendation and in this document, are you aware of anything that talks about cost benefit analysis as between the different tunnel shaft methodologies that are described? Construction methodologies?
No, there is nothing in there that talks about cost for the different alternatives. They just talk about the different impacts and requirements for each of the different 10 methods.
And you would agree that in 2024, when this memo was finalized, that the recommendation and the proposal is that diaphragm wall wet method is going to be used for all shaft sites, correct?
No.
Objection misstates the document. It's misleading.
I think Mr. Burke was about to jump in on that, so I'm going to allow it and leave it to you, Mr. Burke.
Yeah, that's not exactly what the document is stating. Minus a cost-benefit analysis, this is the methodology that they're recommending. But I'm sure before they actually go to construct, these multi-million-dollar shafts, they're going to look a little more closely at what's required and what the cost is going to be and what impacts may result from each of the different methodologies.
And are you aware that there's already a cost benefit analysis for this project?
I haven't seen any cost benefit analysis, but it wouldn't surprise me if they've already started looking at some of the numbers.
And are you aware that there is already a cost estimate that was developed for this project?
I'm aware that a cost estimate's been developed.
And are you aware of what methodology or which shaft construction methodology was used in that cost estimate?
And no, I'm not.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And most of all, thank you, Mr. Burke, for joining us once again. And I understand we will be seeing you again. So
Yeah,
look forward to that. With that, for now, you are excused and we'll be seeing you again. I will look to the room. Are there any procedural, well, first of all, congratulations on keeping us on schedule to all of you for today. And second of all, are there any procedural issues we should address before we break? My understanding, if I'm remembering right, is we meet again on Thursday, the 18th. Yes, indeed, Thursday, the 18th. But is there anything else to address before then? Wonderful. Then with that, we are adjourned and I will see you on Thursday.